Well. What's up, y'all? CS with DWP, and I have a little bit of a mouthful to talk to you guys about today. And today we're going to be talking about Korean scam practices, right? Now, this has been a thing for quite some time. We know it in the US. We know like EA more so for stuff like that, like Bethesda with Fallout 76, stuff like that, right? What do they usually do? Well, what they usually do is they have things such as loot boxes. They have things such as bait and switch. They have things such as, non-clarification of certain things. There's things of that nature. Well, in this particular game, I wanted to show you guys something that I had recently got, right? So in this character, Grace Givens, and I just want to talk about this for a second, and then I'll give you the analogy, and then I'll let you guys kind of put your own opinion to it. Now, what I'm going to say, I already know a veteran's going to be like, you should have known better, or you should have known, and all that's perfectly fine to say, but we're going to be attacking this from the lens of where I'm currently at in the game, right? Now, I am done with precision, so I have a tendency to move forward in games a little bit faster than I think is average. Maybe it's average nowadays. I don't know, right? But here's what the account is looking like right now. So we have a host of characters. All of them are 56 or higher. We got one that's 41. That's only because I gather with her. She's level 61. She's level 57. She's level 56. She's level 61. As far as money is concerned, I'm back at my next billion, looking to get the levers. Bam. As far as pets are concerned, we got 5 tier 3 pets, one of which is a hedgehog, right? So the account is looking mighty fine for where it's at, right? My hustles are in place. Everything's looking phenomenal. Things are going good. Things are going good, to say the least, right? Until you get into the pearl shop. Now, here's the deal. So I had went to the pearl shop because I'm farming yesterday for like maybe 2 hours, right? And I noticed something that was like, okay, I keep going back to my horse. Now, if I can reduce the amount of times that I have to go back to my horse, that would be fantastic. So I go to weight. If you notice, one of them is purchased. Family inventory weight, whatever it's called. What is it? Family inventory weight limit. Family inventory's weight limit permanently increases by 50. The apostrophe is in a weird location. I'm like, family inventory's weight limit permanently increases by 50. Well, there's no weight limit to storage. LT is not a thing in the central market or in the marketplace. This is per character. This one says family inventory weight ... Right? Family inventory weight limit plus 50 LT. Okay, so this must be for the family. So what I do is I put a little bit of money on there and I get this item and I use it and my weight limit is not increased, right? And then I had the common silver blessing. I forgot about that. So anyway, so I'm like, why is my weight limit still only 865? Why? Well, first off, why is it 865? Well, it's a level 61 character. I have a Kaposha belt that gives me 80. And I also have this item that increases it by $150, right? So that's helping out. But the fact that my character is level 61 and like that's why the weight limit is high though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's supposed, like before I bought the item, my weight limit was at like 915. It was lower or whatever, or you know what I mean? Not lower, but it was basically where it was. I buy the item, I use the item, and it's still at the same thing. Here's the thing though, where they get you is if you go into your mail, when they send, and this is how they do it, or at least in this game, this is how they do it. So if you go into here, it says once you receive this item, you cannot get a refund, right? The thing is, you don't know what you're buying. What's going on, Pablo? The thing is, you don't necessarily know what you're buying until you use it, right? So you have to be, here's the thing. I could see if it was like, fully explain exactly what you're buying, then that's fine. Like, I don't mind the first one that they did when I tried to buy a hedgehog and it turned out to be a loot box. It's like, okay, it said you have a chance to get it. Okay, I'll take that, right? I'll take that. Where is it? I'm trying to go to the Pearl shop. I'll take that. You go in here, there's a thing, and then it says you have, I don't think it's here anymore, but you go in there and it says you have a chance to get a thing, but you have to hit square on it. And then in there, you can see the item details says you have a chance to get, like, okay, it said it, I could have found it, that's cool, right? But when I go to here, under weight, and I click this, it says family inventory's weight limit permanently increases by 100 LT. Event items cannot be moved to family's inventory unless it can be placed in the family inventory description. I don't even know what that means, but okay. And then I hit square and it says family inventory weight limit permanently increases by 100 LT. Event items cannot be moved to family inventory unless it has the can be placed in family inventory description. The only thing I can think of is storage. I don't know what they're talking about. I have no idea what they're talking about. All I know is that there's this thing called a family. I'm giving you the whole story because this is going to be a podcast. So the only thing I know is that you have this thing called a family, which is your characters, right? And then you have inventory for each character. That's all I know. I'm 40 days on this character, and I'm 4 days on this character, and I'm like 14, 15 days on this character. Something like that. I don't know. Something like that on Neptunia, right? Here's the family. I don't see anything in here that says family inventory. I'm going to tell you right now. This family inventory thing I didn't know about until I got a reply back from Pearl Abyss, which is basically a classic case of bait and switch, which is illegal in the US, right? How it is in Korea, I don't know. But judging how the way Asian practices have been in business, I'm going to say being a piece of shit company is probably practice. And I said this before. Right? It's just I'm on the receiving end now, and I've been on the receiving end before, which is why I know about this type of stuff. It's just I once again trusted a Asian gaming company with my money, and they fuck it off every time. Right? So here's the thing. Don't buy shit out this Pearl shop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to get all this shit without having to pay all of that. Not necessarily the weight limit, but I can put you up on how to get these damn pets to tier 5. Right? So first off, if you've played this game coming from December, you should at least have 1 level 3 chippy. For Sasha, you're going to get 2 dogs at some point. Matter of fact, if you don't have 2 dogs, there's a couple things you can do. You're going to get a dog. You come in here to the marketplace, you buy 1 dog for fucking 5 million. And then there's like 4 quests that you can do to get 4 more pets, right? Of those 4 pets, I want to say either 2 or 3 of them, you can merge with the dog. You merge that, boom, you got yourself a tier 3 dog. For the next one, you get this thing called Daphne, basically. You can merge that with another one, boom, and you're good with that one, right? But basically, you're just going to be merging them, but most of these pets you can just get for free. As far as the hedgehog, you have to buy a hedgehog, but you don't have to merge a hedgehog with a hedgehog. You can merge a hedgehog with the little ghost guy that you get from a quest. Right, a lot of these pets you get quests from. You just merge them and don't worry. Just get them all to level 10, and when you merge them, they come out level 10. Now, if it happens to hit level 3, cool. If it doesn't hit level 3, cool. I want to give you an example again. Check in. We're gonna take this hedgehog, and if I hit exchange, you'll see that I can actually merge this hedgehog with whatever the hell this is. The Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Now, this was purchased, but you'll see also that I can merge it with the where is it? Oh, I gotta check him in. Hold on, let me check him in. Like, it sounds super, like, simple, but this is stuff that for whatever reason, like hell no. Like, I'm never buying pets. Let me put it this way. I'm not buying pets again, but let me get away from this. Let me get away from that subject, okay? Here's the point. You walk into an ice cream parlor. You say, it says ice cream parlor. You say, I want ice cream, okay? I want ice cream. The person says, we sell ice cream. You're like, cool. Let me get 5 ice cream. I see that there's a package deal for ice cream, right? I want to buy all the ice cream, right? Weight limit by 50, 5, it's usually 670. Weight limit by 50 is usually 600. I'm going to assume this is, okay, so this covers the family, right? Yeah, it's a family ice cream pack. Like, oh, okay, cool. Let me get that. They say no refunds. You say, okay, why the fuck would you have no refunds if this actually is what you're saying what it is? No, it's what we're saying what it is. You buy it, they hand you ice cream. But it's not the ice cream that you actually were expecting. It's not in English ice cream. You know what ice cream is, right? Ice cream is cream, ice, and then sugar and salt, flavoring, coloring. It's chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream. It's ice cream. They hand you frozen fucking cream as ice cubes. You say, what the hell is this? They say it's ice cream. Technically, it's ice cream. But that's not what you bought. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if I can credit this to a translation error. Because family is family. Inventory is inventory. Weight limit is weight limit. And numbers are numbers. And LT is LT and VT is VT. So I'm not exactly sure that I can credit this right here to a translation error. They could have easily called family inventory something else, or what they could have done was say, hey, you can't use this until you do this quest. By the way, requires I can't even use the item. I can't even use this. This actually does not, I can't use this. You see what I'm saying? It's impossible for me to take advantage of this thing I just bought. So with these Korean companies, specifically Korean companies, like I'm just putting this out to you guys. You have to be really, really careful of what you're spending your money on. And I'm gonna speak from the perspective of my experience with Black Desert's Pearl Shop so far. So far, two of the, I want to say, maybe 3 or 4 times that I bought anything out this Pearl Shop. 2 of them so far. I haven't purchased a lot in here, right? I haven't purchased any clothes. I spent a lot of pearls on Alien's Tears because I was in a PvP situation for a second. So a lot of it went there. I bought the reindeer pack thinking I was going to get a hedgehog. That's what happened. So I bought the reindeer pack thinking I was going to get a hedgehog. Turned out to be a loot box, and I got 3 reindeers. That's why I got a tier 2 reindeer. So I was like, oh, okay. So there's one, right? I'm trying to think of anything else I bought. I bought the silver stuff, right? You got the silver items event. I bought the 2 530s, and then they had a silver event when they had the this thing where you can connect your loot. Right? You can connect your loot. It's like, all right, cool. Right? So I bought it was like 100 million silver or something. I bought that, right? And then I buy loyalties. As far as actual money out my pocket though, like I only bought the reindeer situation. And then I bought now I think about it. Oh, and the campsite. And I think like between those two and the what I just bought just now, and then I actually bought the hedgehog. It was like $17 for the hedgehog. You had to buy all this other shit, but it was like $17 for the hedgehog, right? So that's 4. So 4 things I bought. 2 of the 4. This is half the shit I bought so far, right? And this is me spending so much time in this Pearl Shop as a new player, so much time in this Pearl Shop that it's like, okay, I think I'm relatively familiar with the game. I think I'm relatively familiar with what I'm looking at. Like I know what an Old Moon pack is. I know what the Secret Book of Old Moon is. I know what a Common Silver Blessing is. I don't even know what this is. It's okay, cool. So you get the Common Silver Blessing, value pack. I know what a value pack is. You know what I mean? I think I know for the most part what I'm looking at. I know what the artist's memory is. I know what the outfit box is. Cron Stones, Vouch Cry, got it. You know what I'm saying? The premium set, you could put it on the market, you could break it down to crons, got it. Old Moon item increase scroll, got it. Like I've had my hands on a lot of these items, right? So it's like, okay, cool. I need to increase my weight. Oh, there's a discount? Awesome. Let me go for the discount. and it's discounted for the family weight. Okay, cool. Why don't I get that? Well, turns out I didn't buy ice cream. I bought some Korean, but we said ice cream type of shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why I'm saying you got to be really, really careful buying anything in specifically Black Desert. And I was talking to my sister about this because she played Fallout 76. She was telling me about Fallout 76, and Fallout 76 attitude is basically like, it's basically a carbon copy of how Asian business is conducted. Now, I spoke on this when I was playing Genshin Impact, and I was trying to explain to you guys about how Genshin Impact operates. You can call it racist. It's not racist. It's a fact of the matter. It'd be different think of it like this. If most black people didn't like fried chicken, you wouldn't say most black people like fried chicken, right? Let alone we would take offense to it. They shouldn't take offense to it, and you shouldn't feel like you're offending them, because this is how Asian business operates. It's just as simple as that. They're very, very shitty and dishonest when it comes to business. They twist their only priority is to get your money. That's the only priority. If if a transaction occurs, that's all they care about. That is literally all that matters. You can burn under cars, the shit could catch on fire and blow you up. It does not matter. That's the only thing that matters to them. You know what I mean? And it's not like hate or nothing like that. It's just the way that it is. And this is one of the ways that they're going to do it. If you look at anything in their pro shop, first off, the majority of the shit that they have in this pro shop is temporary, right? Like, so let's go to new, right? We'll go here. Well, okay, outside of skins. Like, skins don't do nothing except, I mean, you could get cron stones, I guess, but what are cron stones? Cron stones feed into a loot box system, right? And we could talk about the loot box system here in a second if you'd like to do that. We got storage, but who the fuck is really going to use that? You know what I'm saying? We got hot. We got a common silver blessing. That's temporary. We got megaphones. That's consumable. We got this. That's temporary. We got the campsite, which is permanent and it's really useful, but it keeps you from having to go get scrolls, right? And you can't farm anything in the game to actually do. You have to buy the campsite to be able to do the villa scroll thing, right? This is temporary. All this stuff is consumable and temporary. Everything that they're going to sell you is consumable and temporary. Like, for the most part, you got a weight limit increase, right? This is cool, but it's one character. That's fine, right? The weight limit, cool. Got that, right? Why there's even a weight limit in the game, not entirely sure, but that's fine. You see what I'm saying? But if you look, I'm just trying to point something out to you guys, and I want you to notice that every single fucking thing most of the stuff you're gonna come across is a consumable or is temporary. It's not meant to enhance your count at all. This is why you have some people who say the game is not pay to win. The game is pay to win. It's just it's so grossly pay to win. You know what I mean? That it's really, it's almost like if you want to be pay to win in this game, you have to have like 3,000. You have to have Genshin Impact money to be pay to win in this game. Like, you have to be a YouTuber, damn near. You have to be like Evil Do Us Harm, or you have to be like Brozyme, or you have to be like PewDiePie. You gotta have like a stream account to be like pay to win, like Pansy or what's his name? Not Just Average, or whatever his name is. You know what I'm saying? You could buy pets. Here's the funny thing with this one. You can choose the buff on your pet, and that's cool. You can choose the buff on your pet. That's fine, I guess, right? But you can't buy multiples. You can buy 3 of them, and then that's it. And it's like, okay, cool. So I bought 3, and guess how much that is? That's $30 US. You know what you do with $30 US? You can fill up a gas tank to go get to work to make more money. That'd be a pretty good investment, right? You know what also you could use $30 for? You could use $30 to go buy a whole different ass game. You could put $30 towards that instead of spending $51 on something that is probably not even going to work for you. First off, Cronstone. Let me show you about Cronstones. All right, so you have these things called Kazarkas. This is a boss weapon, Tet, right? The end of the end game is pin, right? If I want to enhance for whatever reason, this thing right here, which I can't do on this character. If I want to enhance this Kazarka battle axe, not even a battle axe, let's actually go to the character and see how much it is to enhance this weapon to pin in Cronstones. Let's see how many Cronstones it takes. They're talking for $51. Keep this shit in mind. For $51. $51, I get 300 Cronstones. Keep that part in mind. And I get a bunch of Artisan's Memory. But keep Cronstones in mind, okay? This is why I'm like, okay, are they scamming people? And yeah, they're scamming the shit out of you. This is basically how this works. So we're going to go and we're going to act like we're going to upgrade this weapon. I want to get this thing to pin. Boom. And then where is that weapon? Boom. How many cron stones? Guess what? It takes 531 cron stones to get this to pin. That's just for one attempt with a 0.33% chance of success. So each chance, and this is with a +1 enhancement, right? If I do a +85, it's 2.85, right? That's to get it to pin. It takes 531 cron stones. So you're telling me, yes, what you're seeing is exactly what you're thinking right now. What you're telling me, why I keep going here? What you're telling me is that if I spend $51, you're saying if I spend $51, you're going to give me not even all the cron stones to get my weapon one attempt at pin for $51. But we got all this extra shit. But what is all that extra shit? It takes more than 10 sharps to get a weapon to pin. It takes more than 10 hards to get a piece of armor to 10. You're probably going to use way more than 40 memory fragments. This is not a $51 purchase. This is not, it takes way more than $51 in value worth of items to get something to pin. And this is a boss weapon. We haven't even gotten into Black Star yet. You see what I'm saying? We're not even talking about Black Star. So are they scam? So at the end of it all, this is basically what I bought. So at the end of it all, I'm thinking, okay, I think this store basically is just a scam, right? And to make you feel good about yourself, we're going to give you these things called loyalties. Just to make you feel good about yourself, right? It's going to make you feel like we're doing something good for you, even though it's not really a trade. It's a trade, but this is stuff that you should just have anyway, really, at the end of the day, because of how this game's gameplay loop is at Tech. Now, I don't mind that the game is grindy. What I mind is when your word choice is so out of whack that it causes something like this to occur. Now, it can't be just me that made this purchase with the same assumption that I had. And from a customer standpoint, this is not really something that should be far-fetched. This is not a far-fetched assumption. This is the same as, like I said, this is the equivalent to walking in something that says ice cream parlor and you say, I want ice cream, and they hand you ice cubes of cream. This is the equivalent of that, because this thing you don't even run into until your ass is far into the game, way up in here to an NPC on a side quest that you're probably not going to run into. That's how you get the item to even be able to use that shit in the market. Right? So you don't even know it exists. What this item, I'm going to tell you what this item is. And I don't care if they admit it or not, I'm going to admit it for them. What this item is, this right here, and why it's on discount, this is here for a few reasons. The reason this is in this market from a business standpoint, this is why if I owned a business and I had some shady shit like this is why I would put it in the game. I would put this in the game to introduce people to that quest line. Right? I got your money. There is no refunds. So you already paid me. I'm going to roll the dice and say you're not going to quit the game. Right? You're not going to quit over this item. And it's on discount, so we did you a favor, right? Now you have something else. It's more content for you. So you go do the quest and get your family inventory, and guess what? You can use all the things of the family inventory. You know what family inventory doesn't support? To my understanding, I don't think this really just works with I don't think it works with loot. It's not like your loot automatically goes to it. If it does, cool. If it does, cool. But I don't need this for that kind of loot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I need it for that kind of loot, but I don't need this. Either way it goes, I'm buying something that I didn't buy what I'm buying. Like, I thought I'm buying weight limit. I'm thinking you gotta think from a customer perspective. If you think it, let's say you're playing Genshin Impact, right? I don't even know if I should pull it up. Let's say you're playing Genshin Impact, right? And you're like, cool, if I buy this and there's these 3 characters, you know, right here, and it's saying, okay, you're going to get one of these 3 characters if you do the role. You're like, cool. And then you do the role, right? And then you don't get one of those 3 characters, you're going to be like, what the fuck, right? The problem is, unlike Genshin Impact, there is no disclosure in here that tells you what the fuck you're buying. Outside of this vague event, what is it? Event items cannot be moved to family inventory unless it has the cannot be placed in family inventory description. I haven't even heard of family inventory until like yesterday when I had talked to Pearl Abyss and the nigga said, oh yeah, you can do the quest. Like, nigga, I'm not finna just do the quest and get this. Like, you're messing with money. You're not messing with like tokens, or you're not messing with like fruit snacks or a bottle of soda, nigga. It's not like you just took a sip of my soda. You know what I mean? You fucking lied I feel like you lied to me, bro. You said what I'm looking at is you telling me, and you could package this however you want to, okay? You could say, okay, you read it wrong. When they say family inventory, they mean the item family inventory. Well, who the fuck told me about family inventory? Where is family inventory anywhere in the game outside of a side quest that I was allegedly supposed to do? What if I'm new to this game and I'm having weight limit issues and I haven't even got to Shikatu yet, and I got 2 characters and I'm like, cool, I can increase the weight limit of my characters, and I buy this, and then it doesn't happen, and they're like, oh yeah, it's up at Shikatu, but I'm like AP 70. So now I'm supposed to do a quest that I can't do to get this weight limit increase of an inventory that's subpar to what I already have, for damn near the same amount of what I could have just got from my character. And this isn't even a case of, it's not even a case of, okay, the money's out and I want my money back, or, ooh, the pearls are out, I want my pearls back. That's not the issue. I'm not too much concerned about that. I just want to get what I paid for. I don't need the money back. I just want what I paid for. It doesn't even have to be this. It can be this for one character. You know what I mean? You can keep the pearls. Just give me what I paid for. I spent pearls. I need something in return. Not this fake shit that you sold me. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what the fuck this is. I mean, I kind of know now because the nigga said it. But outside of him saying it, it's like I kind of don't really like understand what this is. You know what I mean? Even if it's more beneficial. The point is, I did not buy. The point is, it said family inventory weight limit permanently increases by 150 LT. When it says that, I'm saying, okay, you tell me that, then the only conclusion I could come to is that my family's weight limit is going to go up 150. Right? I would assume that makes sense. If we're speaking the same language, if I say, if you tell me basketball and I hand you a basket with a fucking ball in it, you're going to look at me crazy, right? Ain't that what we're talking about right now? We're saying the same thing. They said family inventory. Well, I said basketball. They said family inventory. Well, I said ice cream. What's the difference? That's your fault for not investigating what I meant when I said basketball. That's your fault for not investigating what I meant when I said ice cream. That's your fault. You know what I'm saying? When I said Annyeonghaseyo, I didn't mean that to you. I was describing the morning. I wasn't talking to you. You know what I mean? I was talking to your shirt. That's your fault for assuming I'm greeting you. I'm greeting your shirt. Fuck you. You know what I mean? When I say Annyeonghaseyo, I'm not saying goodnight to you. I'm not talking to you. You know what I'm saying? When I say komapsumida, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, you're telling me one thing and you're giving me something else. So there's a few things happening here. So long story short, these Korean games, and it's even crazier on mobile, so be careful with mobile games. But when it comes to these Korean, this is from, I think, between last year and this year, or maybe just this year. This is like, no, yeah, last year and this year. This is like game number 2 that's been really, really shifty with their business practices. Long story short, if you want anything in the game, I'm going to be the first and hopefully the last to tell you, don't spend shit in this game at all, ever. It's the only thing, if you were to buy anything in this game, the only thing that you would ever, and I mean ever, need to buy is a hedgehog when it is fucking guaranteed to give you a hedgehog, because other than that, they're going to loot box it every time. Only a hedgehog and a campsite. And that is it. If you don't got aliens tiers, don't worry about the area. You have infinite lives. Okay. If you need pets, there's a million pets you can get out there. You can buy them off the market. You can just order pets. You go in the chat and say, I want this pet. Somebody will post it and then you buy it. It'll probably be max bid, but it's better than whatever the hell that is. You can either spend an hour and get 60, 70 million, or if you're doing trees and you're in the 100 million club, you can go get 100 million from trees with the 245, 256, 261, 271, 281 AP. Do that and then go buy the pets. 50, 60 million a pop. If you need an outfit, place an order and then just post it. I want this order. I had the sanguine weapon. It was white on the sides and I couldn't change the color. I sold it back to the market. Or actually, no, I take that back. I busted it down to chromosomes. You know what I'm saying? So, but there's things that there's ways to get what you want. If you want a tier whatever horse, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know what the reason anyone would need a dream horse for, or a tier 9 horse, or I don't know what the point of tiers are. I have a tier 7 and I have a tier 5 courser. I notice a speed difference, but it's not game breaking. So I'm not exactly sure what the big deal about horses are. So if there's a horse being advertised in the market, you don't need it. And for the most part, when it comes to this horse gear, like I'm like straight up, when it comes to anything, almost everything in this market, you don't need. You can't, like, there's no point to anything in here. There's no, oh, and I bought a piece of furniture, but that was like when I first started playing because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But as far as furniture, the furniture literally does nothing. It does nothing because it's you versus the Prince of Alibaba, nigga. When it comes to that, that is the point of furniture. If there's any spot in here that maybe I can go to and show you, I'll see if I can show you. I don't know if there is one. Maybe this is one. Cool. So this right here, you see how there's a score? Yeah, these are Alibaba accounts. Like these are those type of accounts. You're going up against these. Unless you can get this many points, right? And this is small, surprisingly. But unless you can get something like this, there is no reason. There is no reason to even buy furniture. Because the only reason you would need something like that is to do whatever that investment banking thing is. Like there's an investment bank thing that you do. That is the only reason you would need to put furniture in your house. So don't buy that. Unless you just like playing dress up in Barbies all day. If you played Barbies back in the day, feel free. You can, I guess, okay, it's virtual Barbie. You know what I mean? Like I said, pets, you get a bunch of them for free. I wouldn't recommend buying these at all. You only need 5 tier 5s. You can get a hedgehog from the market, and then you can buy the rest of them off. You can get a hedgehog out of here and call it a day. The rest of them just get it off the market. Place an order, get those. As far as mounts, like I said, with mounts, as far as horse gear, your horse gear, you're never going to actually use the horse gear. Speed +1, you're not going to really notice. You're not going to notice this shit. I'm telling you right now. I use my tier 5. My tier 5 is my primary. And my tier 7, I don't even use. My tier 7 is in Grana with a character that I haven't played in like weeks now. You know what I mean? Like I don't use it. As far as ship parts, if you're doing shipping, ships and all of that, that's cool. I don't know, maybe this might help, but I don't know if there's any reason to have this. Maybe for whale hunting, I guess. I don't really know if that's even useful from that line of thinking. And then you got the wagon set. You don't need a wagon. You could, if you really want some crazy wagon shit, you can really just go do, there's a quest for a new wagon. I think it's a common silver wagon or a forest wagon or something like that. Just do that one. If you really need like the top tier wagon, just go do the quest and get that one. Or you could just makeshift one from the market. They're relatively cheap in the market. Like I'm telling you, like from what you need in the game, like you don't need any of this. Like you don't need any of this, like at all, like at all. Combat XP, skill XP. If you're new to the game, you for sure don't need that because they have these and you can get like 106 of these. So yeah, that's 530 and 530. Like you don't need whatever that item is. And even after the fact, you still don't need it because it's only giving you 10%. And every single solitary day, they give you a 30%. You get a 30% every single day. So it's like, why, like, don't buy that. Like, nothing in here is useful. All I'm trying to say is just be careful with your money when you're handing it to a company when you're handing it to a video game company, particularly one in the Asian countries. Like, just be extremely careful when you're doing that. Just be extremely careful. And I was not careful on 2 occasions. You have got to be careful. You have got to be careful. I cannot stress that enough. Because you will be saying goodbye to your items. Like, period. You will be saying goodbye to your items. Don't buy this. It's nice, but don't buy it. If you really need a skill reset, they give you 2 resets for your character. Just use the resets to reset your skill points. It's a pain, sure, but it saves you money. Don't spend that. You don't need it. I have one actively going right now because I didn't want to go up and get a Villa scroll. And I happen to have 3 of them on me that I didn't buy. They was just like, welcome to the game. Here's all this stuff that you got now. We're going to give you all the things so that you know what we sell. Like, I know what you're like, I don't use, I know how this works. But you got me on that last one. You actually got me on that last one. And it took a fucking lie to do it. It took a borderline lie. You could say it's a borderline lie because technically, and all of that. Okay? Because technically, there's a thing called family inventory. But you basically had to lie to me in order to get me to buy that. You basically had to lie. Other than that, I wouldn't have bought none of this shit. But at this point, since you got my money, it's like, you might as well just give me this. It's $150, it's more expensive, and it's only for one character. I'll take that. But this is better. I don't give a fuck. I can't see that. But you can do, I don't give a fuck. It's not what I bought. If you come to me right now and you say, I want Birkenstocks. And I'm like, but you should get these Jordan 11s. These things, people will be looking at you different. They're super comfortable. They're really nice. They're high quality and they're cheaper. Yeah, but I want the Birkenstocks. Yeah, but this one could land you a job in marketing because you could. It's good for Instagram and your image and social media. Yeah, but I want Birkenstocks. I bought Birkenstocks. You said Birkenstocks on the website and you sent me a pair of Jordan 11s. Like, no, I want those Birkenstocks. Like, you buy Birkenstocks and you want them in black, but instead of sending you black, they send you like dark brown. It's like, nah, it said black. Well, technically, we ain't doing that technically bullshit, bro. You said black. We're speaking English right now. You know what I'm saying? We're not speaking technical. We're speaking, hey, you speak English? Yes. Okay. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock. Great. Is it sunny outside? Yes. Cool. Okay. So we're speaking the same language. Yes. Yes. All right, cool. It's not 1 o'clock, but I was just giving an example. You know what I mean? Like we're speaking the same language though, right? Yes. All right, cool. Family inventory weight limit. Yes. Okay. Where's my family inventory weight limit? Oh, well, technically, but you didn't say that though. Yeah, but technically, no, fuck that. You didn't say that though. Like, nah, we're not finna do this. You're not finna introduce a whole nother expense to me. Like, no, you're not finna do that. They you they got me, but I know when it comes to this, because it's on principle at this point. It's like, nah, bro. I'm not finna trust you with all this time and all these, like, I'm not finna trust you with my time and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do that because I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's what's so scandalous, right? Is I'm going through here and I'm like, there has to be a different game because I just got a really bad feeling that Pearl Abyss is gonna let me down. I just got a really bad feeling that something about this game is gonna really turn. It's something. It's this close. I feel it. Something's gonna turn me off. I'm not looking for it, but I just got a feeling. One thing I gotta say is that Warframe doesn't do shit like that. That's the one thing I can say about Warframe. Maybe it's because they're Canadian. I have no idea. I don't know. But I'm looking through here and there's so many other games that I would have just bought. I would rather, here's the thing. And here's the conclusion I'm kind of getting to, okay? This industry is getting to a point, and I hate to say this, but I have to put it on 2 American companies and damn near every single company that comes out of Korea and China. Almost every single company that comes out of Korea and China with they mobile game asses, and Bethesda and EA, okay? And maybe the guys who make Call of Duty, like maybe, right? But basically because of these companies, it's getting to a point where your money isn't safe, where you're not really buying what you think you're buying. For example, you could think you're buying, hold on. Is war domination a war crime? Is war domination a war crime? Is war domination a war crime? I'm going to assume you mean in the declaration. I'm going to take it literal, and I'm going to say that war domination is not a war crime. If you're joking, I have no. Oh, world domination a war crime? World domination is. I can't even say that it's illegal. I gotta say that world domination is just frowned upon because the person dominating the world makes the laws. You know what I mean? It warrants assassination if that's what you're asking. World domination, actually, it technically warrants assassination. But that depends on how you're dominant. It depends on the context of domination. In the context of how we speak English, like let's talk about context. Good segue, right? When you say world domination, see you in a couple of months, this nigga. So let's talk about, I'm glad, what's up, Bargov? I'm glad you said that though. I'm gonna use this as a good example, right? So he said world domination. When you say world domination, what's the context that sounds like? If you say world domination, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Hitler, Napoleon, Stalin, Genghis Khan. That's what comes to your mind, right? You're not thinking Jesus, Buddha, Mother Mary, Dalai Lama. No, right? Martin Luther King. No. Bruce Lee. No. You're not thinking about none of that shit. You're thinking about Napoleon, Alexander the Great. Right? That's what you're thinking about, right? When you think about that, what do you have associated in your head about these figures? What are you think when you what comes to mind when I say Hitler? What comes to mind when I say Stalin? What comes to mind when I say Genghis Khan? Death, murder. That's what comes to mind. Torture. Inhumane acts of inhumanity. Things like that come to mind. That's context, right? When you break the world down, it doesn't necessarily have to mean domination in a negative connotation. It just means you are dominating the world. Your power is so fixed in your position that nothing can oppose you. It doesn't mean it has to be violent, right? That's the technical internet side. But that's what gaming companies are doing. They're using that technical speak to literally take money out your pockets. So you got to be wary of these type of things. So I'm gonna put you guys up on some game. Okay, now we do this in America. I don't know how it is in Asia. Okay, but there's a thing called bait advertising and selling. Okay, if you need to know about it, it's on the Better Business Bureau. I'm gonna read the definition. It says a bait offer is one where the advertiser does not intend to sell the product, but instead lure the consumer in to switch them to another product, usually at a higher price. Advertisers should avoid such offers. Okay, that's a bait and switch. The reason why I'm saying that this fucking thing is a bait and switch is because, first off, who is in the pro shop the most? Who's buying this stuff, right? Who actually is buying this stuff? You know who's buying this stuff? People who never bought this stuff before. People who have no idea what this shit entails. That's who's buying this stuff. Evildoers Harm is not in here buying this type of shit. I'm Pansy's not in here buying any of this. He's not buying any of this shit. You know who's buying it? People who are not experienced at the game. That's the point I'm getting at. People who aren't experienced are buying this. So what is this? I bought this. You're not going to give me a refund. Now, for me to actually get what I want, I have to spend more. Or more. Or more. Because I'm not buying it because I thought I was getting it across all my characters. So now I have to buy this times however many characters I have. That's what it's a bait and switch. Or we can bait and switch you to sell a higher product. Well, technically we're not selling because all you have to do is a quest. Well, you're getting my time now for some shit that I don't want to do. That's why I paid you money. I paid you money to bypass this bullshit. I paid you for a service. If I have you come to my house and install a faucet and you install a toilet, I'm going to slap the fuck out of you. But it deals with water. Bitch, I'm about to beat your ass right here. Like, we not doing this right now. Right? And the reason they can get away with this is because of you. Like I really want to hone in on this. Like you got to realize the time that we're in. The times that we're in is we're in a time of the lack of accountability. You know what I'm saying? That's the times that we're living in, is no one can be held accountable for anything. Okay. And when it comes to Asian companies, first off, they do it to their own people. Okay. A whole ass country hates a whole half of itself and murdered a whole half of itself. The same country that this fucking game is from. They hate their own fucking family. And I'm talking on a generalized level. I'm not talking about the individual hates their family member because they live on the other side. I'm saying that whole country is the country itself can't get the fuck along, is what I'm trying to say. They can easily just bomb the shit out of each other. Like, they don't care about each other. That's how the country is. So imagine how they treat other countries. Like, I don't even trust my next door neighbor who is the same everything as me. I don't even trust my twin. I don't even fuck with my twin. What make you think I give a fuck about you? You see what I'm saying? Now take that and remove accountability from that. The only reason that they might even have any type of disclosure in here, the only reason that they might even have some type of disclosure in here is probably on some level they maybe had to have some type of disclosure. But if they could, they wouldn't even tell you what the fuck they're buying. They would literally just take the money. They would be like, yes, buy this crosshair like they did in Call of Duty. Here is a crosshair. You don't even need a crosshair in this game, but here is a crosshair. Why not? It's set. Look, I'm gonna show you some shit, okay? We're gonna play a little game. I want you guys to pick a search term. I'm gonna show you guys. We're gonna play a game, okay? I want you guys to pick a search term, and I'm gonna call out what type of game it is. Just pick a search term. Trust me when I say this. Just pick anything. Just say something random. You can say chickens. You can say whatever. We'll say KOP because that's in the end of what's the names? Bargov's name, right? So KOP. Does this pop anything up? It does not. All right. Let's do world, right? I'm going to show you what I mean by this. World, right? Ancient Neurons 3, Wonders of the World. I'm going to take a guess and say that this is probably a mobile app on console. This is a mobile app on console. Next one. World of Warships Legends. This is a sandbox game between vehicles and literally it's a rinse and repeat game. I'm going to take a guess and say that that's the game. We already know what tennis is. Worms Rumble. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Planet Coaster. I already know what Planet Coaster is. WRC. I know what that is. Let's do this for World, okay? World of Tanks. I know what that is. World War Z. I know what that is. I'm looking for games I don't know. One Piece World Seeker. I'm gonna say that this is a. It's going to be a 3D RPG. It's going to have that Genshin Impact aesthetic. And it's probably a very short game. Okay, well, there you go. What is this? We have World End Syndrome. This is going to be a mobile game side scroller. Oh, it's an anime game. Oh, okay. Let's try another one. Neo, the World End. What's up with all these anime games? Pirates of the Caribbean. No. Tom Clancy Genshin. I'm looking. World Splitter. Oh, this is definitely a side scroller. Side scroller mobile app. Probably an 8-bit. Oh, close but no cookie. Next one. I'm only going to do a couple more. Epic World. This is a really cheap sandbox game. Maybe a couple of enemies. Probably a maximum of maybe 10 enemy models. Oh, this is a side scroller. Jesus Christ, this is shitty. But notice what's happening. Notice the trend. Let's just go through these games. Notice what's happening. I really was just masking this shit with what I was saying. But I want you to notice what's happening. Keep in mind, this is on a PlayStation 5. Not to mention a PlayStation 4. Okay? If I go to all the games... And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I want you to look at the landscape of where we're at right now in gaming. Okay? We're not even going to go to trending. We're just going to go to all games. I'm going to scroll down. Stop. NASCAR Heats. This is a NASCAR game, so of course it's going to be realistic. We're going to scroll down. Stop. We'll go to the... Oh, no. What the hell is Rizu? Rizu is a mobile app. It's basically an iPad application. Look at this shit. This is on PlayStation 4. We were doing shit like this when Doom 3 came out. What the fuck? Slender, Republic Commando, Beyond Two Souls. There are some good games in here. But I'm telling you right now, I was going through so many games, I was like, what happened to gaming? Because everything is a damn sandbox now. Like everything was a sandbox. And if it wasn't a sandbox, it was an anime RPG. And if it wasn't an anime RPG, it was a side scroller. And if it wasn't a side scroller, It was a sandbox, and the shit happened all the time. Or it was something like this, like an over-the-top 8-bit. Every time. Surviving Mars, probably a sandbox. Looks like a sandbox. Subnautica. Oh, I know what Subnautica is. Assassin's Creed. I heard a situation with Assassin's Creed that allegedly they had to give out a perk to get you to level 30 because they fucked off a dude's account. And they tried to hide the fact that they fucked off a dude's account and didn't want to help the guy. And it's like, nah, bro, you killed his account. You got to fix his account. But because they can't be held accountable, they feel like they could just get away with anything. And this game for sure is getting to that point. I really thought that this game was going to be different. And then I hit the Pro Shop. I'll let you know, I'll put it this way. The game is amazing outside the Pro Shop. Once you get into the Pro Shop, that's where you're going to start having issues. You know, as I said earlier in the podcast, there's only 2 things you need to buy. As long as you only buy those 2 things and literally nothing else, you will be perfectly fine in the game. But once you start branching off on anything else, you have to be conscious of 2 things. One, whatever you buy in that Pro, there's a chance of 2 things happen. 1 or 2 things happening in the Pro Shop in this game. Okay, Pearl Abyss, whatever the company, Cacao, whatever they were, whoever their name was, both of them. It's the same shit. It's the same company. They're a Korean company. MiHoYo's a Chinese company, and they kind of did some underhanded shit themselves, okay? We ain't going to talk about that theme park. That's really just one big advertisement, okay? Because we had a discussion on that as well back when we were doing the Genshin podcast, okay? On this game, one of 2 things are going to happen in the Pro Shop. It's either A, it's not going to last for the duration of your account, meaning that it's going to be temporary. Okay, it's going to be either temporary or consumable, which is it has to be repurchasable. Okay, if you want to know more about repurchasable things, you can check out Louis Rossman. He goes over something like this because he's dealing with right to repair, where companies would rather sell you new devices rather than allowing you to repair your own. That's a thing that's happening, and I forgot exactly what the term is, but long story short, repurchasing items is where they want you to go. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's fine to be able to repurchase. I don't got a problem repurchasing it. Okay. But that's the only fucking thing that's really available. It's either going to be that or it's going to be some like sly, underhanded kind of loot box misdescribed thing. And then they're going to give you this, all payments are final, can't refund, you're fucked kind of verbiage as you're buying it. But you don't know what you're buying until you use it. And then you use it and it's not what you actually signed up for. But guess what? They done hit you with the no refund 2 or 3 times already that it's like you're fucked. But nowhere in there did they give you like a clear disclosure of what you're buying. You have to be wary of things like that. Because MiHoYo will not give you a refund and they will not give you they will not give you a character back. They will not give you whatever the fuck you need. They will give you basically less than $5 worth of Primo Gems and tell you to shut the fuck up. That's what MiHoYo does. If you think I'm lying, go have something mess up on your account. Ask them to fix it. Right? They'll fix it and give you less than $5 in Primo Gems. And nigga, forget about you. Your whole account could get deleted and then they could restore your account and not restore your Primo Gems. Like, they don't care because they want you to spend your money. That's how Asian business is. And it's like that very, very strong. It's them and allegedly Indian companies. I haven't personally dealt with the Indian gaming companies, but I've dealt with a lot of Asian gaming companies. And the one thing that they will do is they will loot box and lie to you, to your face. There's a reason why they don't disclose drop rates. There's a reason they don't disclose drop rates. There was an item in this game that had to be data mined, and come to find out it had a 0.01% drop rate. But it was supposed to be part of like a host of items, and you get the 2 items relatively quickly, and it's an event item. And then you go to get this last item, and it's impossible to get I think it was like 0.001%. It was such an impossible item to get that you were literally going to go farm it and never see it. So it was literally just to waste your time. And when we were playing Warframe, I talked to you guys about what login timers do for investments. We talked about that. You just being on the game is making the company money. Right? It's all, at the end of the day, it's all money. right? And they're gonna. But the thing is, you got to keep in mind. You guys got to keep this in mind. I got. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to be on this shit right now. So, but I have to have it on because we're talking about Black Desert. So I guess I'll just leave it on for this podcast, okay? But you got to keep in mind, you're not dealing with an American company. You're not dealing with a Canadian company. You're not dealing with a European company. You're not dealing with a Russian company. You're not dealing with You're not dealing with a Japanese company. You're dealing with a Korean company who literally hates their twin. If they could, they would slit the throat of the North. They don't like. I don't know what their beef. I don't really care what their beef is about. You motherfuckers are neighbors. You're neighbors, bro. Figure it the fuck out. You know what I mean? But quit letting your ill practice towards each other bleed into the rest of the world. Because just because you don't have to be held accountable don't mean that you're not affecting other people. And it's so ingrained into the culture that this is okay and allowed that there's basically no saving Korean. There's no redeeming Korean business. And those practices are slowly leaking into other cultures. They are leaking into other businesses. Remember how when MiHoYo came out with Genshin Impact and everyone feared for their life that every other game was going to become a casino, right? That was the thing. Well, why is it a concern that they're going to do that, but it's not? But I can't bring up the issue, but we can't talk about Korean business affecting other. We can't talk about Asian companies affecting other businesses. We can talk about MiHoYo affecting the whole industry, but we can't talk about Korean business affecting businesses, though. We can't talk about that. Why is that not a conversation? Why is what just transpired and me having to look at it now? Why is this not a conversation? MiHoYo was a whole conversation. It's going to impact the gaming industry. It's going to do all the things, and things are going to be so bad and this, that, and the third. Yeah, that was a legitimate conversation that needed to be conducted. Right? But now that I've got my feet wet with this game and I'm into this game and I'm noticing this game is getting some market traction, right? You had Warframe and you got Genshin and you got a bunch of other games. I haven't even jumped in Call of Duty yet. God knows what the fuck is in that. God knows what's in that game, right? You got Dauntless, you got Fortnite, right? You got all these different games that are making a killing, right? I just happen to choose this game, who is not even at the top of the totem pole as far as income is concerned. If they're doing this level of shady shit, what are these other businesses doing? These are things that I think it would be wise for us to think about. What's going on, Yasuo? How you doing, man? I hope all is well with your player. Oh yeah, I should probably start these, I guess. So I'm gonna do it like this, okay? I'm gonna just, I guess, have to. So let me close out my issue with the game, okay? My issue with the game is I felt lied to, right? I felt like it was a bold-faced lie. I actually feel like it's a bold-faced lie that I was told. And then when I reach out to the company, they're telling me, oh, it's a thing that you're not going to just run into like that. And you have to do that. And then you can use the item that you purchase. And I want to make sure that they're not misinterpreting what I'm saying just the same way that they were able to misinterpret what I thought. Okay, well, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying now. Okay. You know how I misinterpreted what you're saying? You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's not what the fuck I was buying. Okay? You're not getting what I'm saying. I'm saying that's not what I bought. This said this, I bought that. It didn't give me what it told me I was going to get. Instead, now you're telling me that there is a thing that when you use the English language, oh, it means that, but there's a thing in there that means the same thing. You know how you say good morning to people? Imagine if you had a backpack called good morning. Oh, there's a thing called good morning. Did you mean good morning to me, or are you talking about the backpack? Bitch, I mean good morning. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying good morning to you. How is your morning? That's what I'm saying. You're taking it like, Oh, you mean the backpack? No, you're speaking about backpacks. I'm saying good morning. I'm saying family inventory. Inventory of my family. There's an inventory for the family. Like my family has their own like they have their inventories. I don't even know this thing that you were talking about. If you look at the account, I've never even talked to that fucking NPC probably. And if I go up there and I talk to an NPC, that's great. You have a log file. Did I click on the quest? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck that is. I didn't even hear about a family inventory until yesterday, and I had to Google this shit. And I'm like, oh my God, this fucking dude is way the fuck out in the cuts, and it's a quest. And then you get this inventory space that's not even fucking inventory space. It's 2 slots. What am I supposed to do with 2 slots? Like, you really think that I'm gonna, you really think, like you really just made a product just so you can tell a lie, to justify your lie. That's what you did. You see what I'm saying? Pearl Abyss, I know what the fuck you did. Like, you're not fucking slick, bro. You made a item, it's clear as day, because if you made the item for its intention, it would actually have a better use. It would have more than 2 slots, and it would have a much higher limit on it because it's supposed to cover the fucking family. The whole family is supposed to cover. Why would I use that when we have storage, which has a bunch more and has no cap on limit? Why would I use that when there's a marketplace that exists? Why would I use that when I can just ship shit between places? Why would I use that when the items that I would use 9 times out of 10 is going to cover the family anyway, like a common silver blessing? You know what I'm saying? I can't put a Villa scroll in there, allegedly. So why would I use it? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, what is the point of that shit? Why would I use that? It doesn't match your gameplay loop. Your gameplay loop calls for having a lot of things in your inventory. And you're giving me 2 slots with very limited inventory, with a very limited capacity on it, just so you can sell something that's got a big red. Okay, they have buying triggers, right? They have buying triggers and call out triggers, right? Not buying signals, but they have call out signals and shit like that. That's what that big ass 20% is. It say, hey, pay attention to me. And then they slash a number to show you, oh, it was higher, it's lower now. You ever heard of the tactic where, okay, let's say a shirt costs $20. Right? The price of it is $20. But what the store does is they say the shirt is $30, but we're knocking it down to $20. That's what that shit is supposed to do, right? So they show the slash price. It's got the big red thing on it. It's like, hey, 20% off. You get a discount on this too. Family inventory, like it's good. You buy it, it's not family inventory. It's some like other inventory that I guess your family can use, but it's not what you think it is. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I don't know what it is. It's a communication issue though. And the reason why I'm calling now as an issue, because I didn't even know a family inventory fucking existed until yesterday. And I'm over 40 days into this game. I didn't even know a family inventory existed, my nigga, until yesterday. Not only that, I can buy parts for this inventory and I don't even have the inventory yet. So you gotta keep in mind, Pearl Abyss, in my eyes, shit just went poof and into the air. And I'm like, where is my inventory weight? Because I don't see a motherfucking thing. I don't see shit. I got horse inventory, I got pearl inventory, and I got inventory. That's what I see. I don't know where this weight limit went though. So where's my weight limit? Oh, you have to go do this thing. Wait a minute, nigga. You didn't tell me I had to do all that. Okay? What are you talking about? That's why it's a scam. And then if they don't give you your money back, you for sure know it's a scam, because now they literally just took the money from you. They literally are forcing that money out your pockets and you didn't even get what you wanted. You literally lost $15 and now you got a pair of sandals that you don't even want. And you don't even wear sandals. Fucking, it's Asian business, man. That's how it is. That's Asian business, man. That is Asian business to it at its finest. You know who does stuff like that? Dishonest people. So at this point, okay, as great a game you have Pearly Bis, unfortunately, I'm going to have to hand you a lie card at this point. For that particular item, you're liars. So what I'm hoping that you guys do at some point is at least put in there, hey, you could just make sure you do the quest before buying this, and then you're good. You could do that, because what you would have got instead is you would have got more pearls out of me without the discount. Because if I'd have known that that's not even the case, I would have just bought this. I really would have. I would have just got that for the Guardian and I'd have been straight. But now I can't get that because I don't want to spend all the rest of my fucking pearls on fixing your English issue. You are I'm assuming your company makes a lot of money, right? Big ballers, don't gotta pay attention to the little man, right? I'm assuming you can afford proper translators if you're big shit like that, right? If that's the case. So because you can't speak, because of this issue, you're gonna probably tell me that now I have to. Here's the thing. I know I'm not the only person that did this. And the last thing I need is some nigga who been playing this game for 5, 6, 7 years to come in here like, huh, you are the only person. Like, bitch, you are not new though. You don't even sound like a vet. Vets don't talk like that. I am a veteran in a couple of games. That's not how vets talk, bro. Vets remember how it was to be new. You remember how it is to be new. You don't forget where you came from. You sound like a up your ass type of nigga who get washed in the tier that you in. You know what I mean? Go get good or something. You feel me? Go figure it out, bro. But you can't forget about the little nigga, because there's a such thing as new players. You feel me? And they do have an experience. I'm not saying Warframe needs to focus entirely on the new player experience, because I know somebody gonna bring that up. Well, what about the Warframe? Look, Warframe has their own dynamic issue, which I can podcast about that for the 30th time if we need to talk about that. But what I'm saying is, in this particular situation, there is clearly a contextual discrepancy between what they're saying and what they're meaning versus what the new player is perceiving. And I feel like this is going to take advantage of a lot of players. A lot of players. Because if it got me, I know for a fact it got a ton of players. I know if you got me, I know you got everybody. I know everybody got this. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody, but you made a killing off of this. I know for a fact you made a killing off of this. Like I know y'all did. And you guys are too like you can't be human. You can't love your kids that much. You can't have love for your parents like that. You can't have the capacity to actually give a fuck about people in the capacity that you are believing that you are capable of giving by getting over on people in this fashion. All you had to do was say, make sure you do the quest. I don't see that. I don't even think I see that when it goes to buy it. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not there. Like I don't see anything about this family inventory item that you're telling me about. Now that I know, it's like, oh, okay. Lil Yachty. Oh, okay. But now I'm out money and you got money in your pocket and I got time that's about to be wasted for something that I might not even want to use. I don't even know what I'm getting into. You're literally baiting me into whatever the fuck this family inventory system is. I don't even know what system or mechanic this shit is. I don't even know what it is. I don't really care about that right now. The point is, you're hooking me into a whole nother system that I don't even want to be involved in. If I want to know about it, I'll pay more to go get that. If it's like, oh, okay, I should have got that. Okay, cool. Now I got character increase and that's increased. That's cool. But at least I got what I'm paying for. I'd rather take a loss at my own expense rather than taking a loss at your expense. I'd rather take a loss because I did something rather than taking a loss because you lied to me. You feel me? If I did something wrong, I'll eat that. I bought the wrong hedgehog thing. All right, I'll eat that. It was a loot box that said you got a chance. I didn't read it. All right, cool. I'll eat that. I don't got a problem with that. I'll take the L. That's cool. I did that. Right here, nigga, no. You told me family inventory weight increase. I'm assuming my family's inventory weight is going to increase. Now you're saying it's an item called family inventory weight. Nigga, no, you're lying to me. I don't see shit about a quest. I don't see nothing about, you're scamming, bro. It's a scam, bro. And I wouldn't be surprised that there's more of these like this in the game. I don't know where they are. I don't know what I haven't done a full walkthrough, but I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. I hope this is one of those podcasts where I'm making a fool of myself. I really do. I really hope that this is one of those podcasts where I'm making a fool of myself. Where it's like, bro, you don't know. The family inventory is actually the swag. Like, that's where it's at. You need that though. Like, you should totally do that quest. It's going to change your whole inventory needs. You can do this. You can do that. It's going to be night and day. It's going to be just the best thing since sliced bread. I hope that is the case, because guess what? I'm out money into something I don't even have yet. It better be that. This shit better be the answer to all my problems. Because I bought this shit because they made me buy it. Basically, I asked for a new car and they gave me a motor scooter with 2 doors on it. And I'm like, nigga, wait a minute. Like, this car better go the speed of light, nigga. It better make me sandwiches and suck my dick. Straight up, this thing better be the swag. Sorry for the language. I apologize for any children listening out there. I apologize. But this thing better be the best thing ever. It better be worth whatever this situation is causing. Because that's not what I was buying. I even gave them the benefit of the doubt. Now, another problem comes up, and that is that they're a Korean company. Right? So in America, so unless you're in Korea, you can't hold them accountable. And now that I think about it, it completely is starting to make sense to me now why that dude went to MiHoYo's headquarters and tried to murder their ass. Now it's starting to make sense. It's slowly starting to make sense. And that is because they do things like this. I'm starting to get it now. Maybe these people that we're covering in these stories, maybe they're not so crazy after all. Maybe these companies are just really that, because you don't know everything that happened to the domestic victim until the domestic victim comes up and tells you about it. And usually it's the loudest person in the room, the one yelling, kicking and screaming and complaining about his female that he's beating up on. Because he's doing all the talking, that's the only side you hear. He's the one with all the attention. But you don't hear about the 30 females he done whooped on because they don't exist. Because it's 30 of them. It's too many of them for you to pay attention to all that. But you can hear his side because it's one person to listen to. So MiHoYo, poor MiHoYo, they made a theme park for animals. And it's got MiHoYo objects. It's like Disneyland, but it's MiHoYo. It's so cool. They did a nature reservation and good for them. No, you know what would have been more honorable is if you didn't put MiHoYo all over that shit. Because at this point, it's just a marketing ploy. You literally bought a $1 billion, or what was it? You literally bought a $100 million billboard. That's what you did. That's all that shit is. What do you think Disneyland is? You think us in America as adults don't know what Disneyland is? Disneyland is literally the biggest billboard in America. And there's 2 of them. And there's a bigger one in Florida. We're not game goofy, dog. Theme parks are Nickelodeon Studios, that was a billboard for Nickelodeon. Disneyland is a billboard for Disney. People walk in and they buy Disney and then they leave. Disney, it's like heaven here. Give us your money. You give them your money. You get something in return and then you leave. you were in Disney. When you go to MiHoYo's park and all you see is MiHoYo everywhere, and they just happen to build it on animal, like where animals live. So the animals now have no choice but to live in that shit. And then they call it a nature reservation. That is 100% some Asian shit. That is some Asian shit to the T, bro. Like, you guys just lying up, just lying everywhere. Just come out and say, this is MiHoYo land. Because you didn't build it for a nature reservation. You built it because you needed a billboard. You needed a theme park like Disneyland. That's all you had to say. Stop having shame in your fuckery. That's why people don't. That's why Duke went up there and tried to murder y'all niggas. Because y'all be lying. The last straw was that event with Honkai Impact. That was the last straw. But y'all fuckery is what got him to that point. You see what I'm saying? Think about this. When somebody is whooping on a woman a bunch of times, Lorena Bobbitt, right? It's a classic case of Lorena. I don't condone what Lorena Bobbitt did. I don't even agree with what she did. I don't even think she needed to go that far. She could just up and left. The same way people could just up and leave these video games, right? What I'm saying is, I do to some degree kind of understand why she did that though. You know what I mean? If you're abused for that long and you're treated like that for that long, I'm not finna put you on an Oprah show and give you an applause. I'm finna obviously put you in jail for a minute. Like, that's a heinous ass act. You feel me? But like, after doing something for that long, I can see why it happened. Do I agree with what happened? No. But I understand why it happened. Do I agree with dude going in a studio trying to do whatever he was doing? No. Do I understand why he did it? Yeah. 100% I understand now. I totally understand. Because if you humanize a company, now the tables are a little bit different. See what I'm saying? If Pearl Abyss was my homie, if Pearl Abyss was a person that I was doing business with face to face, and this happened, I would go back in, have some words, and if the words didn't work out, I would wait till they got off of work and we would handle it on a human level. That's what would happen. Be like, oh, this is your business. You did me scandalous. I'm going to need something to happen here because I don't give a fuck if what you're giving me is a higher quality or not. It's not what I bought. It's principle at this point. If I want what you're trying to sell me, I'll buy it, right? But if you are trying to give me this instead of what I'm asking for, if I want a cheeseburger and you give me fries, and it's like, but the fries are cheaper and they're healthier for you and this, that, it's like, that's cool, but I ordered a hamburger. So give me my hamburger or pizza or kimchi or whatever the fuck, wherever you're from. Kofta, it doesn't matter. You order what you order. If they give you something other than that, you're going to be unhappy. Even if the perception is wrong. It's like, nah, I ordered that with, can I get that one sauce? Which sauce? I need the sauce that's like a Thousand Island sauce. Oh, okay, we'll put that on there. And then they put it on there and it's not the sauce. It don't even look like Thousand Island. Right? They didn't do their homework on what Thousand Island means in context. Or even if you tell them Thousand Island and they don't give you Thousand Island, they give you Italian dressing from the islands. From an island named 1,000 or some shit. It's to that point. And you're like, bro, I just wanted Thousand Island dressing. Like, I don't even need you to fix the rest of the order. I just need Thousand Island dressing. Can you give me that though? And they're like, no. Like, all right, this is your business, right? Yup. I'm going to see you after work. Because what you're doing, obviously, is going to need a human response. Because you're not responding politically. You're not going to respond to me politically. You're not going to respond to me professionally. You're going to respond to me on some, like, ill shit. So if you want to get ill, I'm going to have to get ill. So that's how I would handle on a human level. Back to this point of them being in Korea. Unfortunately, they're in Korea. And we're in America. Two totally different jurisdictions. Two totally different ways of holding companies accountable. Not to mention, it's on the internet. You can't even hold an internet company like responsible. I have their phone number and I was thinking about calling them, but I would not be surprised if they hit me with the don't speak English shit because we don't speak Korean. So why would I expect them to speak English? That only makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think calling them is probably out the window. You know what I mean? And I doubt they have like a American translator situation. I don't know what they have. You know what I mean? All I know is this. Korean game. This is where I have to end the stream right here because I gotta do something else. And I'm gonna keep the stream going. I just gotta take a break. Right? Let me do it like that. At the end of the day, Korean game companies, specifically South Korea and China, you have to be, and I cannot fucking stress this enough, and this is why I tell you guys not to spend money in Genshin Impact. Do not spend money in any of these video games. If I can wait for me to find a way to hustle it and then move forward, because then you will run into an issue like this, and then you will be out your money. Do not spend money in Dauntless. Don't spend money anywhere. I'll drop a little change on it and see what it feel like, and if it feel fishy, now you know. This is to my DWP people. You know what I mean? If you got questions or you like, or I find something and it's like, hey man, here's a free route. Do the free route, because the minute you start getting into finances, everything about the situation is going to make itself very apparent, and the writing on the wall is going to be a complete contrast to what the color of the wall is. The fact that they're a Korean company and it's on the internet and that's the only way you can contact them, it's a whole different country with a whole different set of cultural practices and beliefs and morals and values, a whole different world. It's like dealing with aliens almost. They're human, yes. So that's there, but there is a such thing as good and bad humans, or I'll say humans who think differently. Let's put it that way, right? We're all human, but some humans eat vegetables, some humans eat meat. I'll put it that way. It's the best way I could put it, right? Some people will just fuck you out your money, and some people would take the hit so that you're happy. Take it how you wish, right? Once all those factors are going to be made very obvious once you introduce finance into the situation. The only thing that you can actually do is simply stop spending money with the company. That's the only power you have, is to not spend future dollars and actually waste them. I mean, you can't waste their money, like really, because it's a computer. But the only thing you can technically do is just not spend money. That's the only thing you can do. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to get to a point, because that's how these games die. Eventually, people stop spending money, and then the game dies. If you need a good example, look at Fallout 76. Fallout 76 basically died. Look at Cyberpunk 2077. Even though people were still playing it, that whole game is pretty much dead at this point. And it was like the biggest game of 2021. Look at Warframe. They are constantly bleeding out the side because they can't maintain their veteran base. Look at DCUO. They constantly are dropping off the map. And the only thing that DCUO is living off of is the fact that it's DC Comics and you're basically required to pay $15 a month to play the game. It's the only thing keeping them afloat. If they did not have that system in place, that game would be dead yesterday. You know what I mean? So a lot of these games, especially, and I want to really highlight this, especially ones in Korea, specifically South Korea. I don't know about North Korea, but most of the games are coming out of South Korea. South Korean games and Chinese games, you have to be extremely, extremely careful with, because they know how to steal from you. They know how to get your money. They know the psychological points to hit. They know the certain amount of pressures to hit. They know how much they can give you to make you comfortable spending, and then they take your money. Think of casinos, how they bring you free alcohol to get you drunk to make you spend. It's the same system. It's just we're not dealing with alcohol. It does take a very smart person to be able to pull things like this off. But if you're not blind to the fuckery, then you can't be taken advantage of. Unfortunately, in this situation, I got, but I'm here to let you know, don't get got. And sometime in the future, you may be wrapped up in a situation with a game where You don't know what you're buying. And I'm going to tell you right now, you cannot ever, under specifically Black Desert, you cannot under any circumstances ever assume what you're buying is actually what you're going to get. You cannot ever in this, because this is the second time this happened to me. You cannot assume in the same way you can with, Bethesda, or the same way you can with Fortnite. Like, the pack is going to come out for free later. You just want it now. So you buy it. You buy it for the convenience. I want the skin now. I know it's coming out in a month, but I want it now. And I got an extra $30. I want to be popular for a month. Whatever. At least you know what you're buying. Warframe. I'm buying Platinum. I'm buying Forma. I'm buying this weapon. I know the weapon is going to drop probably the next time I run this mission, but I want the weapon now. Cool. You buy the weapon. At least you know what you're buying. In these games, there is a high likelihood that you will not even know what you're buying until it's too late. That's why I'm saying you have to be careful with South Korean and Chinese companies. Not only that, because they're in a completely different fucking country that is borderline another planet, particularly China, the easiest way I could put it is at this point in time, and I'm not calling them aliens, and I'm not discriminating against them. What I am saying is that China is basically like another planet. They don't have Facebook. They don't have Twitter. I don't even think they have Google. This is how isolated they are from the rest of the world. You are dealing with an entirely different fucking planet, right? When you're dealing with a situation like that and you lose anything, you are basically losing whatever you lost to a black hole. There is no coming back from whatever you just did in that game. If you accidentally clicked an extra zero and you lost $1,000 versus $100, you are not getting your $1,000 back. That is how that works. And I want to stress that. They are not going to work with you. You are not from the same planet as them. You only matter when you can beat their ass. You only matter when they have to deal with you face to face. That's the only time you matter. Unless they actually see you and can hear you and you can actually lay a finger on them, or they can actually lay a finger on you, you do not actually exist. You are literally a byte of information on the internet that they will never come in contact with for the duration of the rest of their lives, nor their family's life. And that is how that works with them. They do not actually acknowledge your existence. That is how that is. It sounds weird, but that is actually how that is. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. No, but that's what I'm saying. They don't have Google because I'm stressing the fact that they are basically like a whole nother planet. You could say privacy reasons. You could say whatever the reasons are is whatever the reasons are. They cannot have Google because Buddhism. They cannot have reason. They cannot have that because Kung Fu doesn't allow Google. Either way, they don't have Google. They don't have anything out there. The rest of the planet has this technology, but they don't. That's how isolated they are from the rest of the planet. Meaning that, back to that point, if you lose something to these companies, it's literally going into the void. And they actually don't have to give you anything back. So I lost money to this game that happens to be a South Korean game, and there is nothing I can do about it. So my warning to you is do not buy shit in this game without doing at least 10 minutes minimum. And I'm not joking with you. I am actually not joking with you. Do a minimum of 10 minutes of watching somebody talk explicitly about that item that you are trying to purchase, because there are a number of stipulations that you are going to run into that is going to make your purchase not worthwhile, which is put there to entice you to make another purchase. Okay? I want to stress that as much as I possibly can. I am here for people. I am not here for businesses. If I was here for businesses, I would be choosing a different form of language. I'm choosing this form of language because I am not here for businesses, and I do not want to be here for businesses anymore as much as I was in the past, outside of one person I'm working with. If it's not this one person, I do not care about your business. You know what I mean? Your business has to serve people. That is the reason why you're feeding your family at night, is because this person is paying your bills. You would not have a dime in your pocket, Pearl Abyss, MiHoYo, DE, if it wasn't for these people paying for your alleged hard work, because you built a thing and you technically don't have to check in the next day. You all can go home and still make money tomorrow. So you won, right? You come in because you're trying to find new ways of making more money, and that is perfectly fine. Okay. But once again, you would not have any of that money if it wasn't for the people that you're basically taking advantage of. If you want to put it in, I'll put it in a different context. You are basically beating up your mom at your own home. She's giving you a place to stay. She's feeding you. And then you're standing up and beating the shit out of her because you feel like you can and she lets you get away with it. Now, if she just up and kicks you out the house and you're homeless, guess what? You now have that reputation. If you don't believe me, look at EA. It took some time before they got back into people's pockets. Look at what happened with Bethesda. They had to sell their whole ass company. Okay, so I'm just letting you guys know that maybe these companies are not to be paid and simply enjoyed. This is a really sketchy situation with this game because this is a pay-to-play game. So you have to buy the game to play it, meaning that I technically own everything in the game because I bought the game, but there's servers involved and all of this other stuff. And that's all fine and dandy. And I'm willing to play your little internet game, Pearl Abyss, Company XYZ, but I'm not oblivious to your fuckery though. So just to let you guys know, just be conscious that when you're getting involved with the fuckery, at least you know what you're getting into. That's basically why I'm making this video. I remember what they did with Star Wars Battlefront 2. Exactly. That's still, oh, they steal what they can. Oh yeah. Oh, EA is a raccoon. 100%, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that's the time that we live in. So Korean scam gaming companies, Pro Shop, yes. The Pro Shop is 100% a scam, and it's only there to rip as much money as they possibly can from you. That is the only reason that exists. I want to put you guys up on something else before I take a break. The whole reason that Pro Shop exists is because somebody designed these problems and now they're selling you the solution. That is actually a form of marketing. That is actually a practice in game design. It is actually taught in game design. It's actually a thing. It is actually a thing though. Like it's really a thing though. You know, I'll put it to you this, because I wrote a couple games back a long time ago, but I wrote games before. You can actually set a weight limit to the character. Does there have to be a weight limit? No. You set a weight limit. You create a problem. Does there have to be a limit on inventory space? No. You put a lock on it. Do you know that in Genshin Impact, you actually have all the characters? All you're buying, you're not even buying a download. You're buying an unlock key. When you roll and it rolls that character, you basically are rolling a key to the character. You have the data for the character. The data is on your game. Like it's on your system. Like you have D-Luke on your PlayStation. You have every character with all the constellations and all the gear on your PlayStation. All of that is everything that's RNG in Genshin Impact specifically is not given to your account. It's already on your account. It's unlocked. With the exception of artifacts. But everything else in that game is actually already on your account, specifically the characters and all the constellations. That's how fucked up that game is. That's MiHoYo. So let's go on ahead and take a break. He said no, since any online game. Oh, since MMO, that's the thing. All right. So I'm gonna take a 5, and then I guess I don't know. I just need to take a 5, and then, you know, I guess I'll figure something out. But this is the second time, and this is like $35. This is like $32 they got from me. They got $32 off of me over bullshit, bro. They got one off a loot box, and then they got another one just last night. And I had a great day last night. I was getting over on their ass. Like all the free, because you know I'm a free to play type of dude. But you can't do nothing with weight limit. I could, I guess, do a quest or something, but you can't really do nothing with a weight limit. You feel me? So I'm like, okay, well, I'll figure the weight limit situation out. Speaking of which, I got to kill this boss. I guess there's a world boss named Clint or Dent or something. I don't know. I guess I gotta find a dude. Something 2 o'clock. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, beefing this account on a free. You know what I mean? I'm like 300 million away from another piece of gear. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm finna get it cracking up in here. Oh, speaking of which, boop, boop, boop. Thank you. 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 Okay, now we're like 30 million away. If it's even still there. It might be gone. It's probably gone. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. There was one that for 1.3. But 1.4, I ain't tripping on that. I'll get the 1.4. Anyway, either way, I'm going to try and get them levers. But I'm going to take a break. We're going to grind out these levers. You know what I mean? And make it follow you. Hold on. Oh, I got you. With a horse, just put everything on a horse and make it follow you. That's what I did before anyway. Oh, you talking about with the inventory situation? All right, so here's what you could do with the inventory. There's a couple things you can actually do. You can get a free tent, right? And you can use the free tent as family inventory. Because literally everybody can just pull the inventory up, okay? Unless it's attached to a character or can be stored in family inventory or something like that. I don't know what the situation is, right? I know you can't do Villa Scrolls. You can't do Villa Scrolls and Villa buffs in a tent, right? The Villa invitation, you can't do that in a tent, right? And certain pieces of gear you can't do in tents either. And I'm not talking about character bound gear. There's actually just certain gear you just can't put in there. I think it's like Trent gear or something. Like it's certain gear you can't put in tents. You could do that. You could do horses. You could do wagons. And you can also just you can do the market for like most of the stuff that you're going to do anyway. Like most times, I just put it in the market. If I could put it in the market, this is my family inventory. This is what I thought. When it didn't show up, I'm like, I know they're not talking about this because this is VT. Because this is what I thought they were talking about this. Central Market storage. I'm like, y'all got to be talking about Central Market because I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. If it ain't Central Market, then it's not storage because storage doesn't have a weight capacity. You know what I mean? I'll do storage sometimes. But yeah, I mean, there's all type of ways to get around it. You know what I mean? But, you know, I'm not doing that quest. Like, I don't give a fuck about no family inventory space. Like, I don't. Like, I'm just going to not do it. And then I'm going to do my homework on what it is. Because I'm going to tell you guys from my experience so far in this game, most of the stuff in this game has been a waste of time anyway. Let me see. Make a follow yes what before. I haven't played since Ninja came out, so it's probably outdated. I don't know. It might be. I mean, it might be, but I know this much. Have everything that you do in this game it's either like the most important thing in the game or it's so not important that it doesn't matter. That's what I've been noticing about this game. Like you can rock, if you happen to get like a T3 Courser or a T4 Courser or a T5 Courser, you are done with, all you need is you only need 2 skills on a horse. It'd be nice if you had all the other skills, but you technically only need 2 skills on a horse. And that's instant acceleration and sprint. If you get those 2 on a horse, you're done. You don't need anything else on a horse. There's nothing else you like drastically need on a horse. Anything past that is a flex. At that point, you're trying to get a God Roll Riven. It's like getting a God Roll Brammer Riven or something. Like that's what you're basically doing. You know, you're doing that. Like you don't need it though. Especially if your hustle is on point. If your hustle is on point, you for real don't need the horse. Because what the fuck are you going to be flying all over the place for? You should just have your empire set up in a way and your characters aligned in a way where all you're doing is you go here, get the thing, come back and put it up, and then you get off and go make coffee or tea or bake a cake or spend time with your kids or go to work or something like that. Like, that's, if your hustle is set up proper, you shouldn't even need a horse like that. On my character, on my hustle character, like my life skill, like not life skill, on my empire characters, they got like T1 horses, T3. You don't need all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Drift. Oh, and drift. I mean, you could do drift if you're on some like top tier drifting, you know, if you're on that type of energy, you know what I mean? You could do, I mean, well, I'll say it like this. If you're doing drift, then yeah, you only need 3. The only other ones I can think of is like quick stop and like the multiple jump one or whatever, like maybe, but like sprint, those are like really the only 3 you need, and they don't have to be on any tier horse. I mean, they don't have to be on like the highest tier horse. You just get sprint, drift, and instant acceleration. And the only reason you would get drift is if you're using drift. You know what I mean? And hopefully that thing gets maxed out at some point, which I'm assuming it's not hard to max out, but you got to max it out first. But you get those 3 and you're straight. You know what I'm saying? And as far as tents are concerned, you only get tents for the Villa buff. And really, you only really, what I've been noticing is you only really need, okay, don't get me wrong. The Villa buff does come in handy, okay? It does come in handy. It really does, okay? I'm not downplaying the Villa buff. But what I am saying is it's not going to make or break your bank account like that, right? You got to spend $1 million to make an extra, like, you spend, what is it? You spend $1 million to make an extra, like, 3 to 5 million or something like that. Now, the 3 to 5 million does count. Yes, it does. But, like, is there somewhere else maybe you can optimize? It's really just one of those, like, icing on the cake type of things. You know what I mean? Now, a Villa buff is more so, like, I feel more inclined to use a Villa buff during, like, trees. Or, like, maybe Ackman. Like, at this point, maybe Ackman. Like, I don't need it for Ackman, but I'd be more inclined to use it in Ackman. Definitely trees, though. You know what I mean? Monstrum Forest? No. Schultz? No. Everywhere else? No. Starzin? Yeah, because of DP. But outside of DP, not really. Like, the guys in Starzin die faster than trees do. Not necessarily faster than the little guys do. And that's where all your money's coming from in trees is the little guys. But they do die faster than trees, though. Like, I feel like you can make a lot of money in Starzin, right? Which is why I'm getting the Libras. I want to see what Starzin is like. And if it's something different, then I'll just get the Uragons and all that. I'll just do the whole Uragon thing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, what'd you say? TF is quick top? The fuck is quick top? Oh, quick top? No, quick stop. My bad. No, it's quick stop. It's like you stop quick. It's literally quick stop. Like, quick stop is a gas station in California, but quick stop is like, he said quick top. Hella funny, bro. Yeah, mommy. You know what I mean? But nah, it's you know what I mean? No, it's called quick stop or fast stop or cautious stop or something like that. It keeps you from running off of cliffs. You know what I mean? So like, maybe that one's useful. Now, I can make the argument and say, all these skills are super top tier and useful and they're must-haves. Yeah, I mean, but you could say that about anything that's going to be like that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they are beneficial. Like, you have hind kick. Hind kick is like the best ever, I guess. Forward chop, it's like the best ever, I guess. Drift, it's like the best ever. I mean, yeah, you know, sprint, yeah, I mean, all this is cool. But I mean, do you like drastically need all of that though? That's more like I'm telling you, once you get a courser and you get drift, because I don't even use drift. I'm telling you, once you get a courser and you just have sprint and instant acceleration, if you just have those two, like that alone is gonna change everything about your account. It's gonna change the speed of it. It's that drastic of a speed increase. When you get drift is like, sometimes I keep up with people who drift. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're not. I don't think. I think they're just not drifting properly. Because I seen this one drifter that was just doing the most on his horse. It was on YouTube, and he was on PC, but he was just doing the most. I'm like, he's like, bam, 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 bam. I'm just like, dude, this dude's horse is clearly on drugs right now. He got a drugged out. His house is his horse is smoking crack. Like his horse is drugged out, like 100% drugged out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's pretty much that though. As far as inventory, you can just do a quest and get a bunch of inventory space. You know what I mean? If they didn't have the quest for inventory space, I'm sure somebody probably just, caused a ruckus about that and was like, yeah, no, y'all got to do something about this. You know what I'm saying? And then you got, like, as far as gear, you know what I mean? I guess you can say, I'll say they at this point, I guess made the unfortunate, thing of making it able to be sold in the market. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't buy anything to enhance. I do my best to never enhance. I don't enhance in this game. I don't. You know what I'm saying? And in a second, I'm about to life skill this game. Like, I'm about to just life skill the game, beat the game, and delete the game. Like, I'm this close to doing it because that last instance. I'm about to just life skill the game, beat the game, and delete the game. And then teach people how to life skill the game, beat the game, and delete the game. Which everybody already knows how to life skill and beat the game. See, and I'm telling you, because you know how I am, Uncle Kite. All right, anybody else from DWP, you guys know how I am if you're watching this post-stream. Like, if you give me the time to figure out how to get to that life skill point, I know it's Logia and all of this, right? If you give me the time to if I take the time and I figure out, all right, here's from point A to point B, you have $0 in your account, 0 silver in your account, and you need full Tet Logia. How do you get it? Well, here's how you do it. You do this. How many pieces is it? All you got to do is this thing. 1, 2, 3, what is it, 10? You just do this thing 10 times. I'm going to show you how to do it one time, and you do this 10 times. By the time you're done, you should have full Tet Logia gear. Okay? Here is blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Here's how you get the silver for it. Here's how you do the thing. You level it to this. You sell it. You buy it to upgrade it or flip it or whatever. And then you do this for this accessory. Do this for this accessory. Do this for this accessory. Blah, 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 blah. By this point, you should have full Tet. You take the full Tet. Now let's talk about empires. Let's talk about money. What should you be doing? You should be doing this tree over here so that you can make these things. And you should be doing these stones over here so that you can get mithril. And you should be doing these things for this. And you should be doing this for this and this for that and blah, 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 blah. Why? Because this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? You should be in Stars In so that you can get the thing so that you can flip Black Star weapons. Why Black Star weapons? Because all you got to do is get them literally to duo and you made more than $1 billion. They might be down in price. I don't know. But last time I checked, it was like 1 point something billion for a duo. Yep, there we go. So you could do a duo because it's hard enough trying to get it to a try. If you want to go for a try, guess what? You just made $2 billion off a Black Star weapon. How do you get that? Well, you go farm Stars In. You beat bosses, you get a thing that's dumbass cheap. Right? If you need weapons, you'll eventually come across 3 boss weapons. You turn those into a Black Star weapon. You get it up to try, you just made 2.5 billion. So there's a bunch of different ways to make a bunch of different money. Let's talk about every single hustle under the sun, including this motherfucker who was talking about 600 billion in 6 months. Let's break his shit down. And let's not talk about fixing markets and doing it the Russian way, because I don't know what nationality this dude is, but clearly this nigga is a get over type of guy. He's one of those guys who's like, you ever be on Instagram? Give me all your money, yeah. Before you beat the game, give me all your money. Hella funny. Nah, don't give me, nah, this nigga. But you know when you be on Instagram and you see the guy with the Ferrari and the suit with the ankle with the suit that happens to show his, I don't know why, but these niggas always got dress pants on and no socks, or dress shoes on, no socks, and their pants are always short enough to show their fucking ankle. They got capri dress pants. I don't know what that shit is. It's always short enough just to show their ankle. I don't know what that is supposed to say or what it's supposed to be, but that guy with the slick hair, he's always Moroccan or some shit. He's always Moroccan or Russian or Yugoslavian or something. He's always something like that. And he's always like, keys to success, you know, do these things, keys to success. And it's always big red letters. And it's always this background image with beautiful colors. And it's some inspiration. That guy, that's this type of guy, 600 billion in 6 months. He's that guy, bro. His fucking picture, his picture just should say it all. He's got the glasses. He's got the fucking filter. Dude, he is that guy. So it's like, I know you be lying. I know you be scumming people in this game to get that shit. And when he was talking about the market, it was so scummy. I'm like, you are such a piece of shit, bro. I can already tell. You are such a piece of shit. You are the type to sacrifice lives for your own bank account, bro. Like the way I bubble money in this game, like no one's losing. You know what I mean? Like if I price it high, I price it high. But I'm not gonna fix a fucking market because I can afford to do it, bro. Like I'm not gonna sit here and fix the Caphras market because I can. Like this nigga's the type to wait for Caphras to drop to like 1 million. And because he can afford it, he would buy all the Caphras, nigga. All the Caphras. And then he would wait and then sell all the Caphras when it's like, dude, you're fixing them. Like you are such a piece of shit, bro. You know what I mean? But it's like, dude, just life skill or grind like it's Warframe. That's how you make $1 billion. It's not really, you can make 600 billion in 6 months. It's $1 billion, it's 100 billion a month. You know what I mean? You have your side hustles. You're going to have to make more than $1 billion a day. You're going to have to make like 2-3 billion a day. But I believe it could be done. You know what I mean? You just got to find the keys to the bima. You know what I mean? You find the keys to the bima. Now you got 3 billion a day. Now you just do that for 6 months and you straight. And you don't have to fix a market. What? It's like there's a quote I heard recently. If you want to make $1 billion, help 1 billion people. See how easy that is? Sage? What about the Sage? Oh yeah, and the Sage with the 500 million thing that somebody was talking about. Yeah, no, it's 500 million over the course of leveling it to 58. Seem like a fun. It is a fun class. I mean, well, I'll put it this way. I don't know if it's necessarily fun. Well, let me reword that. It's fun because it's effective. It's a really effective PvE class. And I say that because he's the third highest at this point. But he's the third highest character I got at 58. You know what I mean? And I was farming polys with him. You know what I mean? And I gotta say, the way he is cooking polys with like no skill points and this is the gear he's got on. And he's one-shotting shit in polys. Like I got not boss gear, right? It's a cray. I have the stock, whatever that is, and I don't even use Awakening. And I haven't even touched his talisman. I have the stock talisman, bro. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got like a Tri-Seraph necklace and I got some other gear, you know, but this is a Sula Crimson. I got a Forest Earring. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's not over the top, right? I got a Rock Heart belt, right? But he's still like one shot and shit in polys though. Sage has it. Yeah, he's got Awakening. His Awakening is kind of clean. His Awakening, it looks clean. You know what I mean? Like his Awakening, like it does look cool though. Now, is it effective? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't play Awakening. It looks cool though. I'm sure a lot of people are playing Awakening. But his succession, it hits so hard. What I'm finding though, here's what I'm finding. Because I was talking to Jay about this, and he's like, dude, you gotta play Awakening on the Guardian. And I'm like, yeah, I do, but I like Succession. But I'm noticing that Awakening, what it is it gets you to the end part for less skill points, right? So, ooh, speaking of which, I need to. I don't think I have the skip. Hold on. Because I'm going to switch them to Awakening anyway, but I want to see if I don't know if I did the skill point thing. Okay, maybe I did, and I don't know. Oh, I'm a dumbass. It's unlocked. All right. Anyway, is Awakening unlocked? Awakening is unlocked. Okay. So his Awakening is, so he's got a spear. He's supposed to be like a Spartan or whatever. That's his Awakening. And I mean, he's got some crazy kind of attacks though. Like he's got that. He's got, okay, whatever that was supposed to be. This one's cool. That one seems pretty strong. You know, he's got, those are the only two like major AoEs though that I've noticed. He's got that one that's supposed to be a thing. But he's okay. It looks really cool though. You know what I mean? Oops, sorry. You know what I'm saying? It looks really cool. But me personally, I like his, I don't know. I still like this one. You said press L1? Yeah, I pressed L1. Oh, you're talking about this, because my buttons are set different. So his regular attack is like this. And then his secondary attack is like this. That's the secondary attack. So like back and main attack is that, forward and main attack is that. You know what I mean? Side and main attack is, he just scoots sideways and does it. See what I'm saying? Down and secondary is the same thing. Well, I think it's on cooldown. Which one is it? That's down and secondary. This is forward and secondary. It puts them back into succession. Right? This is side. Well, I guess it doesn't change. And then he's got skill. What is that? Skill 2, and then skill 3. I think it's still on cooldown. Yeah, but if you hold sprint and hit skill 1, then he does this. And if you hold sprint and hit skill 3, then he does this. And then you hold sprint and hits main attack, he does this. Hold sprint and hit secondary attack, he does this. And then if you hit, yeah. So that's pretty much it though. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, he's an AoE kind of guy, but I don't know. I don't know. Somebody didn't feel right. I'm sure it's strong. I just haven't tried it. Like, I haven't really tried it because I don't got the weapon like that either. You know what I mean? So I have to come back to it. I'm sure if you have like a dandelion setup or something, I'm sure it's probably OP as hell. You know what I mean? But I do know this much. Here's what I can say is that his succession is so strong, it's ridiculous. Like, that's the thing about succession on him, at least. He's you can PvP with him. You can definitely PvP with him because of this. You know what I mean? If you got this little situation set up, you know what I mean? Like properly, like you can PvP. You know what I mean? And you can do it on succession too. Like he's actually pretty good. He's actually pretty good at PvP. Now, I just say he's better PvE. He is way better. He is more PvE. He's PvE and PvP in the same way that a Witcher wizard would be, but he's more PvP than PvE at this point. You know what I mean? He's definitely more PvE. That much I agree with. Like, he's really good PvP, sure, but he is definitely more PvE. Like, he is so strong. But the thing is, because his casting is really slow. And he can cast fast once you start to build it up, because he has attacks and mechanics that helps build his speed up, right? So like this is like really slow. This is like really slow to come out, right? But you can like do so. This is like really slow, right? But he has like mechanics that'll get his, like it ups his speed like really, really fast, right? And you know, after working that up, then it's like, cool, his speed is there and all that's cool. But I mean, he's still a little bit on the slower side though. But he is kind of like a Mack truck with the hits though. He hits as strong as a Guardian. He hits, this is my personal opinion, he hits a little bit stronger than the Guardian. He actually hits a little bit stronger than the Guardian. And the reason I say that is because my Guardian at the time I tested this was level 60 and he was level 57. He had a try and the Guardian had a tet. And the Guardian was like barely one shot, and not barely, but the Guardian, yeah, I could say barely. The Guardian would like one shot a group and the whole group wouldn't necessarily disappear all the time, right? It's always like a straggler, or you have one or two mushrooms left or whatever. And at the time, my Guardian, I think I had like 1,000 skill points or something. And I was still working out the kinks in her rotation, but her really strong abilities wasn't just one shot and everything. This guy with less skill points, meaning that not all his stuff is on Prime necessarily quite yet. I mean, I have some things on Prime, but not everything is just like there yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not done with his kit because of skill points. This nigga, even with that kit, with a lackluster kit, with a tri-weapon, and he has the starter secondary. He has a starter offhand weapon. It's one shot and shit. Like, I go, huh, and the whole group dies. I go, huh, and the whole group dies. Maybe 2 hits. Maybe. Like, it's to the point where sometimes this kills the whole group. Like, that will kill the whole group. This definitely kills the whole group. Whole group dead. Like, I can just shoot that and move the fuck on. With a tri-weapon, basically no secondary, I basically have no amulet. This is literally what you start with. You start with this, bro. I could take this off and do the same DPS. And I could just go like this. Boom. And a whole group with polys. A whole group at polys is dead with this AP. Every time. And it's not just that skill. Now the Guardian with hella skill points and all that extra shit with a tet weapon and a Kudum offhand wasn't able to do that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't know. I mean, but that's the Sage. I mean, he's cool. I do like him, but I think I just got to get the Awakening weapon and to really test the Awakening weapon, because I don't know what the Awakening weapon is really gonna feel like until I get an Awakening weapon. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think his AP. My AP was way higher on. My AP is easily over 200 on the Guardian. And I wasn't just one shot and shit like the way he's one shot at 164, 165, and let me put it this way, him and her are basically hitting just about the same, but she's like, at the time she's like 235 AP and he's 165 AP. So she's like 70 AP higher. He's hitting 70 AP higher than he should. Is what I'm trying to say. So I can only imagine how hard he hits with 70 extra AP. You know, so I can only imagine how hard that dude hits, which is why I started working on him. Like, I started playing with him because I wanted to hit 58 so I can get the Butler, and you get an extra 50 million. You get 500 million from level 1 to 58. You get an accumulated 500 million silver, right? But then when you hit 58, you get a Butler too. And I was like, oh, I could use another Butler. So I hit 58, but as I'm doing that, I'm like, let me just focus on his skill points and really see what he's about. That's why I got 900 skill points. So I'm working on his skill points, and I'm like, this dude kind of hit like a Mack truck. Like, he's hitting way harder than he should. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is hitting like way harder than he should. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So, but long story short, if you're thinking about a Sage, I would say go ahead and just make the Sage. And you have to try it out for yourself, obviously. But go ahead and just make the Sage and see how you like it. Because, you know, look, there's a Sage right there. I think you'll like it. I mean, there's another Sage. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's a good character. You know, a lot of people seem to be sticking with the character. I think the character's a good character. Like, I mean, he gets a thumbs up from me at least. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you ain't spending no money on nothing. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you ain't buying nothing in the game, like, as long as the only thing you're buying, I'll put it this way. If you got the money to just let go, then yeah, let go of the money. It's okay. You know what I mean? Other than that, don't spend no money on this game. Just get a tent and then get a hedgehog and never drop another dollar on this shit. And then just get the Sage, and the only thing you should buy is with loyalties and silver, and then you should be straight. Because everything else in this game you can just get. Like, all the stuff that you actually need doesn't come from the Pearl Shop anyway. You know what you need? You need Kudum, you need Nover, you need Kazarka, you need Black Star, you might need Offentet, you need, you know, Akum, you need Dim Tree, you need accessories like Kaposha. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you need. You don't need fucking Artisan Memory and all that extra shit. That's for that demographic of people. You know what I mean? But if you want to, like, just take the shortcut, smart way, what I feel like is the smartest way there is just make $1 billion and buy it. It's way easier to make $1 billion than it is to enhance the tech. Like, it's so much, and to me personally, from the amount of money it costs to go to tech, like, it almost seems like it's more reasonable. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong. Skill point for show. Didn't you have to do something? No, I was just gonna take a break. Almost forgot you had to take a break. Yeah, I was just gonna take a break. Skill point for show. What's up, Spread Love? Spread Love's had it, homie. Yeah, I just want to talk. Oh, you missed the whole beginning. I'm kind of off that subject now. I was talking about Korean business, bro. I got got, bro. I got on some BS, and it's because I got caught slipping. Long story short, I got caught lacking. You know what I mean? I forgot that it was a Korean company. That's the best way I could put it. You know how it's like you meet a girl and you know she a thought, and one day you forget she a thought. I mean, I'm trying to make it relatable. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, shit, I forgot this bitch was a hoe. She's supposed to cheat on me. She's supposed to go fuck other people. You know what I mean? All right, I'm gonna ask you, right? So let me bring you up to speed to where I'm at. So you don't even play this game, right? Spread Love, you don't even play this shit. Watch this, Kite. So you don't even play this, right, Spread? All right. So you have a thing called a family, right? Your family is your list of characters. This is the family, right? I got a bunch of different characters. You got Ningguang, Saranaya, Neptania, Fetwa, Grace Givens, Auroriana, Zetanite. This is the family. The family name, I don't know if you can see it, it's real small, but the guild name is DWP. The family name is Cypher Signals, and the character name is Grace Givens. It's right above my head, right? So that's your family name. So anything that's for the family accounts for all characters, right? For example, if I come over here and I use something like a Kama Silva Blessing or something, right? This right here, it says bound to the family. So it covers all the characters, right? So you know that much, right? You following me so far, right? I'm gonna assume you're following, because I know sometimes the stream takes a little while, sometimes chat takes a little while. So I'm assuming you're following me, right? So family, so you got character and family, right? All right, cool. So then you have this inventory space, right? So at the bottom, if you look by where my cursor is, there's a 180.4 by 865 LT, right? What that is I am using 184, I'm gonna say pounds. Let's just say pounds for now to keep it simple. So I'm using 180 pounds out of a capacity of 865 pounds that I could use. So I can hold up to 865 pounds on this character, right? So it's like, all right, cool. But I'm only using 180. I can go grab a bunch of stuff and I can carry up to 865 pounds. I would like to increase the 865 to a bigger number. Now there's various ways you can do this. You can do this through gear. So I can put on like 2 pieces of Hercules and now I got 1,050, right? You know what I mean? Or like I got this belt that I put on and this gives me an extra 80. I'm at 785. I put it on, I'm at 865, right? So it's like, all right, cool. But I need a bigger weight capacity, right? So then it's like, okay, let me see what's in the pearl shop, because I got a little bit of something. I don't mind, spending an honest dollar. You know what I mean? I'm not cheating the game. I just want my weight increased because I don't want to keep running back to my horse when I'm hustling. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, cool. Let me go into functions. Wait, right? I come in here. Now, for those who know, you already see what happened. But I come in here and I see family inventory weight, right? I'm looking at the normal price. This is a family inventory weight of 100, right? I'm like, ooh, that's supposed to be 1,200. Okay, this one, weight 100, that one's gonna cost 1,000 pearls, right? When I read it, it says character's weight limit permanently increases by 100, only one purchase per character available. Restriction 1 per character. I'm like, okay, so that's a per character purchase, right? Then I come in here and I'm like, oh, okay. Family inventory's weight limit permanently increases by 100. Event items cannot be moved to family's inventory unless it says can be placed in family inventory. Now, I've seen can be placed in family inventory before. I've seen that before. Purchase restriction 1 per family. Now, I've been through this shit with this Korean company before when I was dealing with a hedgehog, right? It's a thing in the game. It's a hedgehog. I know it sounds funny, right? But I've been through this bullshit where it's like, okay, I know they finna sell me some bullshit and it's not actually what the fuck I'm looking at, because I speak English and I know that they're gonna have some weird funky bullshit that's gonna be like, oh, this is not actually what you're buying. I just got a fucking feeling because it's too good to be true. It's a Korean and I forgot it's a Korean company. Even if you hit square, it says event items cannot be moved, so on and so forth. So I'm like, you know what? I think it should be fine. I'm sure this is going to cover my family's inventory. So I buy it and I get this one. $12.80. I buy it, I use it, and what they tell, and here's what I fucking hate Korea sometimes. Only in business though. Not the people, the fucking businesses. I fucking hate Korean business, bro. They are the fucking scum of the earth, for real. But anyway, so it says, once you receive this item, you cannot get a refund. It's like, I'm cool with that because I just bought an inventory increase for the family. Right? I bought a family inventory increase, right? A weight inventory, right? Bro, nothing happens. I use it, nothing happens. I'm like, here we go. What the fuck now? What Korean shit do we got now? What is this? Are we going to do the language trick? Are we really about to use the language trick? Yeah, it is family inventory, but it's not what you thought it was. Are we about to do that right? So I messaged them. I sent them, hey man, I bought the little thing and it didn't give me, it didn't increase my inventory. So what's up with that? This nigga responds and says, oh yeah, you didn't buy that. You bought this thing for this thing over here. And you don't even get that. And actually, if you want to get this thing called family inventory, then you actually have to go first off, look at the map. You have to go way the fuck up here to an NPC way the fuck in the corner. That's a side quest. And then you do the side quest and that gives you family inventory and you just bought a weight increase for that. So I'm like, nigga, what? Wait, what? Wait a minute, hold on. So what you're telling me is that when I said I would like ice cream, you gave me creamed ice. You gave me ice cubes made of cream. Is that what the fuck we're doing right now? We're actually doing this right now. You remember doing that? You see what I'm saying? I got hustle, bro. I got. And then as I'm doing this podcast, it hit me maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. I forgot it's a Korean business, bro. And I covered all of this when I was talking about a Chinese business. That Chinese business, MiHoYo, who covered Genshin Impact. I forgot I covered all this shit about Asian business practices. I keep forgetting, bro. You cannot assume anything with these niggas at all. You have to basically be your own lawyer before even making a purchase with these niggas. I keep forgetting that. because the whole point of what they do is to try to get extra money out of you. They don't actually want to like serve you. They actually want to try and get extra money. I keep forgetting that shit. But yeah, man, I don't even know if I want to do the quest. Oh, let me ask you, Kite. Is it work? Because I am going to take a break, but I'm going to take a break like when I really need a cigarette. You know what I mean? But Kite, let me ask you, that family inventory, is it worth it? If I go do that quest right now, is it worth it? They have black company? What do you mean black company? They have black company? Nah, nigga, Pearl Abyss is, PA is on some extra shit, bro. Them, MiHoYo, I don't know, man. A piece of me really I kind of feel like it started with Electronic Arts, though. You never even used it? Bruh, you see what I'm saying? You didn't even use it? You don't even use it? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Because I was going to do this game, because you saw how I did my Warframe account, right? You was in that area for grinding money. I'm just saying, because you saw how I did my Warframe account, right? I was going to do this game the same way. I was like, okay, let me get in, beat the whole game, and then I'll do a whole spill on it. You know what I mean? And again, yeah. But it's like I'm running into this. It's like, man, I don't even know if I really want to keep playing this shit because, like, I feel like in some way I'm kind of supporting like shitty people. Like I'm helping these dudes pay their rent and buy boats and yachts and shit. And I don't really know if I really want to support that, bro. There's like a million. Besides, I play fighting games. Like I don't even know if I really want to play this shit like that. I played a long time ago, so it might be good now. I mean, I don't know, man. All I know is I just don't want to keep getting on my horse. You feel me? I just don't want to keep going back to my horse, dropping off stuff. So anyway, let me do this. Let me go ahead and take a break. You know, if you want to stick around, you know, feel free. More than happy that you stick around. But you know, yeah, man. I already know what everybody's gonna say too, man. Anybody new coming to this video, I already know exactly what they're gonna say, bro. They're gonna be like, "Oh, he didn't get scammed. He just didn't know what he bought." Like, no, nigga, that's a scam. You know what you bought, because guess what? Your dumb ass bought the shit back in the day, too. The only difference is you felt stupid when you bought it, and you were like, oh, it's my fault. No, bro, I'm here to tell you it wasn't your fault. Because that should not be allowed to happen. What they did is not, that's malpractice, bro. That's not cool, bro. It's not cool for them to tinker with your perception, to rip money out your pocket, and then not deliver on their promise to you. That's not cool, bro. You know what I mean? Because now, guess what? Your generation is going to come up thinking that shit is okay, and we're going to be left with even worse practices. How the fuck you think we got to Bethesda, dog? Where do you think that nigga came from? Look up black company. You gotta be lying, bro. Is this a thing? Wait, hold on. Black company? If I have to, I'll put it on stream. The black company, because I can stream my computer. What the hell? There we go. Okay. So you said black company. Is that what it's called? Black company? What is it, a book? Is it Japan? Oh, a black company, also referred to in English as a black corporation or black business, is a Japanese term for exploitative sweatshop type employment system. Oh. It's associated with manufacturing and the garment trade in particular. Hold on. In Japan, black companies are not necessarily associated with the clothing industry, but more often with office work. The term black company was coined when young IT workers became applied to various industries, conditions, noteworthy cases. To joining a company into her family, lodged a complaint. Yeah, I don't know if it's a black company, because it seems like they're affecting their employers, their employees more than anything. Let me see. And you will understand what I mean. Asia has a lot of black companies. Well,
Yeah, I mean, they do have a relatively high suicide rate. But, I mean, it just goes... You know what? We're going to talk about that. Let's do this. Here's what we're going to talk about when we come back from this break, bro. When we basically exploit people. Exactly. That's what we're going to talk about. After this break, we're going to come back and we're going to break this whole fucking thing down. We're going to break all the fucking Asia down. We're going to really sit down and we're going to theorize and we're going to... I mean, I'm going to be farming and I'm just going to be talking. But if you guys have any ideas or any input, I'm just going to be spitting game and we're just going to be throwing pieces in the air, not waiting for it to stick, but we're going to be throwing it in the air and seeing if pieces match. We're going to try and put this puzzle together because something ain't making sense. Something is fucked up. And for the sake of our own psyche, we're going to get to the bottom of this, at least on a level that we are comfortable living with. Because I don't want to treat these people less than human. But if they acting less than human, something's there. I just want to know what it is. Whether we can do something about it or not, that's another discussion for another day. But why people are jumping out of buildings and committing suicide, and there's a term called black company, and these companies actually do shit like this. Like, let's figure out what kind of psychological state a motherfucker has to be in for them to get to this point. So let's go ahead and take a 5. We're going to be listening to, hopefully the music plays because I haven't been playing lately. But we're going to listen to, let's listen to Near Automata because they're a good, pretty good company, right? And I will be back in 5. Talk to you guys in a bit.
Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Happy Christmas, it's holiday. Alright, enough of that. Alright, enough of that. By the way, fun fact, the language that she is speaking is a future version of Japanese.
It's supposed to be what Japanese is supposed to sound like in the year that Nier Automata takes place, allegedly. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and get into this segment of it. Where does that line of thinking come from? And this is all on the idea that it is a cultural thing, right? With their culture being surrounded around the exploitation of people to get what they want, whether it's what they need or what they desire or what they need or don't need, what is fueling that? Where is that line of thinking coming from, right? So I kind of want to take not a huge trip back in history, but just kind of a loose trip back in history, right? So you have first off, let's find something to do before I start doing this shit. Yeah, let's go kill that boss. So first off, you have Europe. Hopefully that bug doesn't trip my game out, because it does that sometimes, where the pictures don't show up and then the game just locks right here. And cool, it didn't. Awesome. Okay, so anyway, so you have the Europeans, they come in, right? China's doing their thing. I think they were doing this before then, actually. But anyway, they come in, they take over the country, not the country, Korea, but they come in, they take over, they do their thing in Japan. Japan takes over China. They set up the shop with Korea. It splits. Boom. Now you got a port for the opiate situation. All that happens, right? But during the course of that, a lot of their culture was getting ripped away from them and being westernized, right? It went from samurai swords to, they went from samurai swords and ninja suits and shit in Japan. Now you got guns. I mean, we all saw the movie Last Samurai, but you don't even got to see that. You can just watch, history in 5 minutes for Japan, or you can do a deep dive into Japan's history. They had all type of dynasties and they was cutthroat to each other, just like people in power usually are throughout history, right? But things like that are taking place. You get to the point where Japanese culture in essence is oppressed, right? They then take that and they oppress the shit out of Chinese culture, right? Now, for example, you can't even walk into a Japanese shrine unless you're Japanese, right? They have a thing in Japan where, out of context, when is Lost Ark Online game? When is Lost Ark Online coming to the West? I have no idea, bro. To be honest with you, I don't know if I want to play any more Asian games like that. Like, the only company out of Asia that I trust at this point right now, to be real with you, is there's only 2 of them, and that's Arc Systems. And I don't even know if I trust Arc Systems, because they're more of a system. They're not really like a game developer. They develop Guilty Gear, but they're not really like that. Like, they just provide the engine and that, you know what I mean? They provide the system for it. You know what I mean? Like Dragon Ball Fighter Z it's Arc Systems, but it's an Arc Systems engine. It's like an Unreal Engine. You know what I mean? But it's really just like Arc Systems and Capcom. Like, those are the only companies I fuck with. Like, Squaresoft, okay, I fuck with Squaresoft too. Like, I fuck with Squaresoft, Capcom, and Arc Systems. Those are kind of like the only ones that I kind of trust at this point, because I don't really know if there's any other developers that are even worth because I look at my money in this way. Like, when I make a money exchange, it's an investment now. I don't look at it like I'm spending money for a thing. I look at it now like, what am I getting out of this transaction? You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind separating myself from the money, but I want to make sure that I'm getting what I need from the use of this money. You know what I mean? Regardless if it's $10,000 or it's $1. If I spend $1 on a pack of gum, I want $1 worth of gum. You know what I mean? And I want that gum to serve what its intended purpose is. You know what I mean? So, but for Asian companies to pressure people or lead people, let's put it this way, for them to lead people in a direction where they're not getting what they're paying for, I see there's got to be something deeper happening in the culture, because MiHoYo exploited the absolute dog shit out of this to like the nth degree, like for real. You know what I'm saying? They for real exploited so many people out of their money with Genshin Impact that
the entire community, the entire video game community. This is the video game community. This isn't the fighting game community, the Smash community, the MMO community, like MMO Byte. This isn't like this isn't any particular community. This is the entire gaming community who was aware of Genshin Impact, was afraid of what Genshin Impact was going to do to the industry of video games, right? Because of how greedy they were. They were so cutthroat in what they were doing. You know, in the it's everything about their business model just had every red flag under the sun, that it was like, dude, like, what are we supposed to do with this? Like, I don't think there's anything we can really, like, holy shit. Like, they were, put a long story short, they were selling, they're basically a casino for kids. It's literally a casino aimed towards people 14 and under. Like, that is what we're talking about. It is in the most literal sense, it is a casino for children using real world money. And then they gave this other option to hide the casino. And the casino wasn't even hidden though. They just introduced another system to create a technicality. That is some shady shit, bro. That is super shady. You know what I'm saying? That's like your wife cheating on you, but right before she cheats on you, she sends you a text message that says, we're going to split up for the next 2 hours. And then she cheats on you, and you didn't get the text message till the next day. And you're like, what the fuck? And she's like, we weren't together for like 2 hours though. And it's like, but yeah, I didn't necessarily, I mean, but come on now. Like, what is that? I don't know. That's the feeling I get from it though. Right? So where does that line of thinking come from? Why is it so acceptable for them to exploit people in the culture? Like what you were saying, the black company, right? So let's go through this while this character's running. I'm going to read what a black company is. This is from Wikipedia.com. I don't know if Wikipedia is still getting flack over misinformation or whatever, but I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to Wikipedia, I haven't seen anybody necessarily just disprove Wikipedia like that. They say don't believe everything on the internet. Okay. Well, then don't believe these companies. Don't believe your favorite YouTuber. Don't believe all the people who make apology videos. Don't believe any company that said, don't believe anything you see. If you're going to say that, if you're going to say don't believe Wikipedia, then don't believe TED Talks. Don't believe anybody. Right? So I'm believing Wikipedia is what I'm trying to say. And let's read what a black company is saying on Wikipedia. A black company, also referred to in English as a black corporation or black business, is a Japanese term for exploitative sweatshop type employment system. While the term sweatshop is associated with manufacturing and the garment trade in particular, in Japan, black companies are not necessarily associated with the clothing industry, but more often with office work. Okay? The conditions. While specifics may vary from workplace to workplace and company to company, a typical practice at a black company is to hire a large number of young employees and then force them to work large amounts of overtime without overtime pay. Conditions are poor and workers are subject to verbal abuse and power harassment, which I know that's a thing, by their superiors in order to make the employees stay. Superiors of black companies will often threaten young employees with disrepute, I don't know what that's supposed to be, if they choose to quit. I'm assuming they call them like, you a pussy, you suck, you're gonna be broke, you're gonna be homeless, and blah blah. They probably tell them stuff like that, right? And I guess there's some cases where there's a case right here where a lady named Mina Mori, a 26-year-old employee of a restaurant chain Watami, she committed suicide 2 months after joining the company in 2008. Her family lodged a complaint with the Yokosuka Labor Standards office to seek recognition of the suicide as work-related. When their claim was denied, of course it got denied, they appealed to the Kanagawa Prefectural Labor Bureau, which recognized work-related stress as a cause of the decline of her mental health. In December 2015, Watami reached an out-of-court settlement of 130 million yen with the family, and the Watami founder, Miki Watanabe, apologized. Oh, did he now? Okay, so I'm gonna just go out on a limb because I am slowly, and I don't want to be negative, but in situations like this, I have to look at it for what It could be. And of course, I want to take the high road and say, okay, maybe Miki Watanabe actually felt some type of way and really, like, he really felt that. And he really made that apology and really cared and really stuff like that, right? My thing is 130 million yen for somebody committing suicide in your company, right? I understand you paid him and I understand you did an apology, but what was the intention behind the apology? Okay. We already seen this with MiHoYo, right? When MiHoYo built that park. I keep bringing up this park, and I keep bringing up the park because I really want you guys to understand that that park really is just a big ass billboard. Okay. They didn't build the park to save lives. They built the board to advertise. Okay. This guy, I'm going to just, because if we're doing it here in the US, I can only imagine why he did it over there. Right. I'm going to just take a guess and say that he apologized because he didn't want to hurt his image, and they settled out of court so that he wouldn't have to suffer future loss. That's going to be my guess, right? But at the end of the day, he actually didn't give a fuck if she died or not. Why is that? Why is this a thing? You know what I'm saying? Why is this, like, why is it a thing though? Is it because they are an oppressed people? Is it because they were an oppressed people in their country and they had to do what it took to survive under any means necessary? Is that why? And then eventually it became more of a traditional way of thinking. Is that why? I mean, let's think about this for a second. I mean, you could say cause money for a lot of things, but it's got to be deeper than that. It has to be deeper than that. It can't just be because of money. Because if it's just for money, then why is it because of money? Why is it so deep rooted? Why is money that important? Why is it to the point where you actually would disregard people's lives for the sake of money? Why are you putting money above a human life? Where's that coming from? You see what I'm saying? Is it because, like, death is extremely common? Or it has been extremely common in, like, let's say feudal Japan? Is it because it was really common? You know what I mean? Because I can understand why they're super strict. To my understanding, they're super strict, you know, about cleanliness. I'm talking about Japan specifically. To my understanding, they're super strict because they had to rebuild an entire country. That comes from survival. That's what I'm saying. So it has to be from survival. That's the only justification I can think of. It has to come from Asia country isn't really rich. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. They got money. Okay. But I'm saying where the, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm saying, like, where did, like what got them to that point? Because, okay, let's say like this. Let's entertain the spread. Let's entertain the survival thing for a second, right? So let's say it's for survival, and then we're gonna get to, yeah. Let's say it's for survival, right? The rich people, but most of the civilians are poor. Yeah, most of them are hella poor, bro. Yeah, most everybody in China is broke as. Most everybody in Asia are broke as fuck. Like, most people are broke. Like I said, it's like it's so much worse than America, bro. It's way worse than America. Like, there's hella broke niggas out there. Third world country type broke. Like, it's broke motherfuckers out there. We just see what they want us to see. Same way, you know how, like, they show us what they want to show us from Africa, so we believe that Africa looks nothing like America, right? We think Africa looks like the gods must be crazy. But then Africa, like, there's parts of Africa that look like that, but there's parts of America that look like that too. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's the perception we're getting. But you talk to somebody who's, like, from China, and it's cool in China, but it's like hella not cool in China too. But let's talk about survival for a second. So if it's for survival, because we're not talking about them treating other people, just random people, bad. We're talking about them treating their neighbors bad, their employees bad, their family bad,
We're talking about people that they're close to, that they talk to every day. They have relationships with these people, and they fuck these people off, and they get them to the point where they want to commit suicide. There is a huge homeless population in Japan right now. Like it's not all great in Japan. People are homeless all the time in Japan. They are homeless to the point where people are living in arcades, my nigga. They actually have these like spots, like these internet cafes where people live. That's how it is in Japan right now, dog. So unless you making bread, like you out. You know what I mean? Not only that, they're more inclined. And this is not me saying this, okay? This is what people in these Japanese interviews are saying, dog. When people are doing these interviews and asking these people, this is what they're saying. I'm not saying this. They're saying that they're more inclined to hire a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white person because they're more inclined to make a sale or get the results that the people need. That's going to lead into something else. So I don't want to go down that road too far. But what I'm saying is it's not necessarily all easy like that in Japan, right? But to sacrifice someone close to you for money, like what gets you to that point? Because there's broke people out here in America, and it's not that common out here. Don't get me wrong, we'll steal from a store. You know what I mean? You might see somebody like hit a lick on some gang shit. You know what I mean? But it's a gang, bro. And then we got like a couple of businesses out here that be doing shit like that. But for the rest of the businesses out here, they don't really just be getting down like that out here. I don't hear nothing coming out of Europe doing anything like that. I don't hear anything. Maybe Russia does it. I don't know. But that's the Russian mob, though. It's a mob. It's like you're dealing with. It's like mob versus, you know, you got a civilian, and then you got a gang member. You know how the streets work, bro. You got a civilian and you got a gang member. You got the streets. It's either you in the streets or you're a civilian. If you ain't with the shit, then you're not a part of this world. You feel me? But why are some of those same practices, you know, that dog eat dog type shit, being introduced in the civilian's life? Oh, and probably you didn't know this, barely anyone that's not from Asia or been influenced from Japan, Korea, and Thailand and China doesn't know what About Black Company is. Yeah, I didn't know what that was. The average human is going to get over where they can. Yeah, but to what degree though? You know what I mean? There is a point, I believe, where people just can't go. Don't get me wrong. We can look at the case with Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That's probably the most known one this day and age of the most cold get over ever, right? This nigga literally stole Windows from Apple, right? Literally took Windows. Windows is Mac OS. It's just called Windows. That their mind allows them. See, but that's what I'm saying. Are they treated like that? Okay, let me clear out all the obvious parts, right? The obvious parts is that that's how they were raised, right? They were taught that. That's what they know. That's what they practice. That's all they're surrounded around. That's all they're surrounded by. That's how their culture gets down. We know that. That's the same way as saying you grow up in Mexico, you speak Spanish. I understand that. You grow up in Mexico, you speak Spanish. You grow up in Europe, you speak Scottish. You grow up in India, you speak Indian. I got that. You grow up in China, I got it. Where'd the culture come from is what I'm trying to figure out. Why is it so acceptable culturally to get over on people in the magnitude that they get over on people, right? It'd be different if they didn't have nets to catch suicide divers. But they have nets because they are anticipating people to start suicide diving. That means that they are fully aware of their work conditions and that they know that people would rather die than be at work. Why are you okay with that? Why is there not this sense of relatability between them and just merely another person to say, my God, I wonder how that must feel to be in their shoes. Why is that part lacking? That is not necessarily an inhumane thing. It's not a foreign thing to the human genome. You know what I mean? It's not foreign to the human biological makeup to feel what another person feels. That's actually a part of the human makeup, is to feel how another person feels. You know when somebody stubs their toe and you feel it, but you didn't get your toe stubbed, but you felt your toe get stubbed? It's a part of our makeup. So how are they able to block that out to that degree to where they're like, I'm going to put you through so much shit that you're actually going to want to commit suicide from your job. And I'm okay with that. And I can go to sleep at night. Once they sign the contract, they are basically a slave. Well, it's not that they can stop it. I'm talking about the person conducting the act, performing the act. The boss who comes in and talks to that person in a crazy way. The person who set up the nets. You know what I mean? They talk about suicide forests and how sacred it is. Why do you have a forest? You're not getting to the root of the issue. You're just crying over the fact that there's a forest there. Fuck the fact that there's a forest there. Why do you have a forest there? And why is it still being used today? Do you even care about that? Why do you not care that there is a whole ass forest dedicated to your country killing itself? Your country does not want to be there for whatever reason. You should probably look into that. But why is that person okay with that? At this point, I don't know if it's, let me see. Because it makes them hella money and them suicide does not affect them. That's what I'm saying. Why does it not affect them? These are like, I know I sound like I'm nitpicking right now, but there's an answer at the end of all these questions that I'm trying to get to. Right? Why does somebody, you getting a person, you basically killed that person. So for everyone to be okay indirectly killing people for money, why is that okay with everybody? They can also cover it up. What is going on with my stream? Hold on. Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, let me see. We still live? All right, we still live? Hopefully we still good. Let me know if we still good. Yeah, I noticed I had hiccups in my stream. I apologize. I didn't know my stream was hicking up. It was running off of Wi-Fi. But yeah, we good? Let me jump. All right, cool. Yeah, so I was having hiccups in the stream. I apologize. But yeah, so when a person gets to that point where put yourself in this, oh, thank you. So put yourself in this situation. You're a boss in a Japanese company, right? And you're like, you know what? I need XYZ done. You go talk to your employee and you don't know this person. They just got hired on about 2 months ago, whatever, right? Cool. Stage is set. You go to tell this person to do something. They might not get it done as fast as you need it done. You have a reason to coach them or discipline them or however you want to put it, right? When you go to talk to them, you're talking to them in a way that you are pretty aware is going to cause them to want to commit suicide. Not only that, you are fully aware that there's already a suicide issue in the country that you stay in. Let's say we had the same issue that Japan has, and a bunch of people out here are committing suicide. In America, the average person commits suicide because of some crazy shit going down in the office all the time. It's a thing. It happens, and it's a thing. So it's something that you already are aware could happen. Yet you still opt to talk to this person in a way
that would cause them to want to commit suicide. Think about what is going on in your head. What would you have to tell yourself to make that okay?
That's not it?
No? I need to be put up on game. Uh-oh. That's what I was trying to get away from. That is basically a one shot. It's their tier? Yeah, because it's a higher. It's yeah, because it's based on leniency, or what is it called? It's based on who was there the longest or whatever, right? Okay. So the tier of a worker. Imagine a company. Okay. Because after we talk about this, then we're gonna. Okay. So imagine a company has a kingdom. Okay. So a company has a kingdom. A higher Sansi. I'm assuming hierarchy. Forgot. Oh, hierarchy. Okay. There's a king. Okay. And a duke. Okay. Dude, why is my shit like skipping? And a noble. Okay. Okay. So you got a king, a duke, a noble, and then a peasant. Okay. So now we're down to peasant. Okay. Now let's say there's no noble. Okay, let's say they're not noble. I'm assuming you mean not noble. Let's say they're not respectable or noble. I don't know. Then, oh, okay, so there's no noble. Okay. So that leaves the king, the duke, and the peasant. Okay. So it leaves the king, the duke, and the peasant. Okay. I'm following. Let you rephrase. It's all good. Yeah, because I'm trying to. Okay. So the king orders the dukes. Okay. And then the dukes order the peasants, right? Something is eating up all my processor. That's why. That he wants to expand the company. Okay. The king orders the duke that he wants to expand the company. Okay. Okay. So the duke orders the noble to control the peasant, and make them do these tasks if they want to or not. Okay. Got it. Because they are bound by a contract. Okay. So, okay. Why am I dropping frames? Okay, so the suicidal stuff. Yes, I am listening. I am reading. And I am dropping frames for some reason. Oh, my shit hella hot. Okay.
Okay, because the king wants to expand to the west by 6 months. Okay. I'm just getting some air in here. Okay, the workload is huge, as you can imagine. Yes. Okay. Hopefully that air is not just blowing all on the mic. Because the work is so huge, all the workers must work overnight with no extra pay. That might be where the discrepancy comes in, and they can't complain. Okay, so I was just about to say, because of the contract, I was just about to say it's in a contract, huh? Okay. So that contract is what's getting them. Okay, so we got the noble. Okay. Been working in the kingdom for maybe 10 years. So he's got seniority, right? Okay, got connections. So he got the plug. Oh, well, okay. He know more people than the peasants do, basically. He got connections with the dukes. Okay. Why is my shit dropping frames, bro? 30 skipped frames detected 39% over the last 2. Damn. Hold on. I might have to restart this shit. Okay. Now with the dukes, and because he's a noble, he makes okay money. Now, not all the nobles do this, but most nobles do harassment. Okay. To the female peasants. Yeah, we're getting into a territory that's very taboo. Yeah, because there's things that happen over there that, yeah. And the female peasant can't do anything. Okay. So now she can't do anything because is it a cultural thing? Because I doubt something like that would be in a contract that a female can't do nothing. I would assume that would be more of a cultural thing at that point. If we're still relating this to like Asians. No, you straight. You can keep going. I mean, I'm just wondering with the female part because there's a couple discrepancies in that. Not discrepancies, but there's a couple things. One was, I mean, you answered it. You said they can't complain because of the contract, right? So it's like, okay, let's say in this black corporation or black business or black company, right, in Asia, right, which it's a thing. I just learned this today. Thank you for sharing that with me. So you got a black company. Let's say they have this contract and it's like, hey, in this contract, we are allowed to work you as many hours as we want to work you. Right? It's just that simple. We need you to work when we need you to work, and we can't pay you overtime pay. Or we can't pay you extra, I guess, or whatever. No, because they are bound to go to the kingdom. and can't quit until a certain until a certain time. So I'm assuming they're bound to the kingdom and can't quit until a completion time. Okay. Now, if they break it, they must pay a healthy sum of gold. So if you quit the job, so if you quit, so wait a minute. So if this is, so okay, let's bring this back to Japan for a second, or anywhere in Asia, right? Well, let's talk about Japan for a second, and we'll move over to Korea because I'm really want to tackle Korea. That's my issues with BDO and Korean companies, but it's kind of all of them at the same time. It's like just really like Asia. At the end of the day, they can't quit. So if you get a job in an Asian company and you quit before your time is up, you have to pay them. I hope all that went through. It doesn't. Here's what's weird. It's saying I'm dropping frames, but I don't really see frames dropping. I don't know. But yeah, my question is that a thing? And I'm actually waiting for an email back from Pearl Abyss to see what they say. Let me see. Matter of fact, while you're answering that, because I want to know if you get fired from a job in Japan, do you have to pay? Like, do you owe them if you get fired before your, I guess, contract is up? Now, this is only for the black company. Okay. Where is my mailbox? Yeah, they are so not gonna read what I sent them. They might not even take what I said serious, to be honest with you. Oh, they did answer back. Okay, cool. He's gonna say that doesn't apply to. I already know what he's gonna say. That doesn't apply to us. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and then they answered back, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, they didn't respond back. So I forgot that they're crew. So hold on. And my information about the black company is very limited. That's okay. I mean, I could look into a little bit more. So real quick, dude, first off, I got to fix these frames. I'm going to have to fix these frames here in a minute. So I might have to restart the stream just to give you a heads up. Because I'm dropping frames again for some reason. Even though I am plugged into the internet. But I think that the stream was set to a certain throughput. And because it started on Wi-Fi, it's trying to, even though my Wi-Fi is off, it's trying to stay at that bit rate. I think that's what's doing. I think that's why it's dropping frames, or at least it's saying dropping frames. But yeah, so my response, real quick, hold on. Also, a lot of East Asian movies, has stuff like this too, I think. Yeah, I try not to really go with the movies because they're movies. I try not to, unless I know, okay, there is some fact in there, then it's like cool. But I try to stay away from using movies as a reference, for knowledge on certain subjects. You know what I mean? Like I want to hear what's actually happening on the ground. I don't want to hear what's happening in, their version of Hollywood. I want to, or on the big screen, because they can say whatever they want in a movie. You know what I mean? They could be like, yeah, life is great here. And it's like, oh, we had it so rough. And it's like, yeah, but did y'all have it rough, or did y'all kind of ask for that? You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a movie. Now, I know there's a movie called Black Company, that now on some documentary, I watched that one. If that's the one you're talking about. If you're talking about that one, I'll watch that one. You know what I mean? Like if it's a documentary type of situation, I'll check that out. But yeah, I'm gonna just have to do a little bit more homework on that one. Cause that's something that I did kind of want to figure out is why, what gets a person to that point psychologically as a human being to treat other human beings in that way. I mean, I could easily just relate it to them being trolls because trolls do that, right? But what is the psychology of a troll? They're borderline sociopath. You know what I mean? I just don't watch. Hella funny. No, you good? But yeah, so it's like, but you think about a troll. No, you don't have to. Hey, bro, I be doing that shit all the time with Bill Burr. I don't even watch his shit. I just be listening. But if you think about like, damn, what the fuck was my train of thought? I forgot what it was. But yeah, trolls. So it's like, think about like a troll, right? What's the general consensus around a troll? They're borderline sociopaths. They're kind of like scum of the earth, at least in the moment. Like, everybody has that moment where there can be like not the greatest person, but then for it to be like consistently like what you are and who you are is like, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Like, that takes another level of like almost sociopathy. It's almost like a whole nother level of sociopathy. Like, you're a sociopath. You know what I mean? You're actually you are actually a sociopath. You know what I mean? To not be able to feel the next person, to cut those off. And the thing is, you do something for long enough, screw 21 days. When you're doing it for years and it becomes a part of your being, then it's like, bro, you're actually a sociopath. How healthy is that to the species? Maybe South Day Browser? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, man, I mean, that can't be healthy to the species. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nothing they're doing, nothing happening over there can be healthy on the species. Like, the human species, nothing happening over there can be healthy to the human species. Outside of the obvious, like Tai Chi. Obviously, that's good for the species. Discipline. Obviously, that's good for the species. Hard work. Obviously good for the species. Slavery, probably not the best thing for the human species. Being okay with rape and condemning rape victims, like victimizing rape victims, like making them the bad guy, probably not good for the human species. See where I'm going with this? More than ours? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? 24-hour surveillance, probably not good for the human species. There's a reason why people go take a pee in private. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So, at the end of the day, man, kind of the conclusion I'm coming to at this point is like, maybe there is a grain of sociopathy somewhere in the psyche of the people. And whether it's seen as good as bad is up for one's interpretation. My interpretation is that sociopathy is terrible. You know what I mean? I think it's bad. You know what I mean? But some of the stuff they do is kind of fishy. On Japanese consent of age is 16, or was it 12? I think it's 16. Or it could be 12. I mean, I can Google it real quick. I know somewhere in like Cambodia is 12 or some shit like that. But it's like, yeah, like, it's just so much happening out there that is... That's why I say it's like another planet, because here's the thing. This is like, use what I'm about to say as a think piece at the bare minimum, okay? America is what? We call it the land of the free, right? Who is welcome here? Of course we have our issues. You can't put 30 people in a room and expect one fight not to eventually happen after some years. Eventually, something is going to pop off. That's fine. That is to be expected. Not everyone gets along. But guess what? Every single nationality that I know of, at least one of that person is in America. Let alone thousands of them. And we all have come to a relatively general consensus. And that is that 18 seems to be a reasonable number for children. That's a reason. We can all agree on that. Stealing, we can all agree on that. Lying to people with a business practice, we can all agree on that. Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm pretty sure that whatever we're doing here in America, of course, we can make improvements. But my God, at least here, the whole planet has input on the shit. Every culture on the globe lives in America, and all of them are giving input
on everything that we all do in America, which is why I am totally cool with saying America probably has better practices than any other country out there, because it's not just white people. There are Asians giving feedback. There are Indians giving feedback. There are Mexicans giving feedback. There are Yugoslavians giving feedback. There are Russians giving feedback. There are Hawaiians giving feedback. There are Tongans giving feedback. There are black people giving feedback. There are Native Americans giving feedback. There is everybody giving feedback. Everybody can give their 2 cents on moral circumstances. And morally, I think we have all come to the conclusion that 18 is a pretty good age. That's probably where the age of consent should be. Maybe higher, but 18, I can get behind that. We, like everybody on the planet, got behind that. 12, that's no. 16, you are really pushing it. You are pushing it. Somebody it's 16 in the UK. The reason, you want to know why? Hey, look, if it was 16 here, Bad Baby would have been age of consent. What's that other one? The one that fought Bad Baby? They would have been age of consent, bro. You're telling me they can make decisions like that? They're allowed to make that decision. That's what you're telling me, is that they can make that decision. Got it. Got it. Totally understand. I got it. See what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, man. Because if we did something, because you see what happens when we do stuff like this. We rip the company's bankrupt in a couple years. Like you're not gonna survive. You're not doing that here. Over there, because I can't do nothing to you, sure. Right? And your whole country is behind you. Your whole country is saying that is perfectly fine. Over here, you basically have the planet saying that shit's not okay. The planet saying it's not okay. Think of it like that one guy, the guy who made the dude eat his own stuff. Think about that guy, right? Remember how I was telling him, like, look, bro, somebody came in here from his camp and was like, you just don't have a sense of humor. It's funny. You just don't get humor. I'm like, no, bro. You niggas think it's funny. No one else thinks it's funny. You 3 niggas in the corner of the party think it's funny. The other 100 people in the party have no idea what you're laughing at. And they don't think it's anywhere near funny. So if anything, you're the weirdo, bro. Because it's not like you and the internet. It's just you that think it's funny. Right? Oh, I know about the Muslims and arranged marriage. Yeah, that shit be kind of something else too. But what I'm saying, hey, here's the thing though. And this is why I think everybody's like okay with the age of consent situation we got in America. Is because if it's somebody that you don't know, now all of a sudden the rules have to change. Now all of a sudden it's different. Let her make a decision. Oh, but she makes a decision, now it's got to be 18. But because it's finna put money in your pocket, oh, no, your little 12-year-old self is finna marry this millionaire. Like, really? Like, so you telling me that you're going to sell your daughter, but let her go out and choose somebody. Now she has to be 18 all of a sudden. Now you got to be grown before you make that decision. Oh, now she got to be grown because it's about her. But when it's about you, you can do whatever you want. Got it. So she's not your child. She's your Pokemon. I got it. She's not your child. She's your pet. She's your pet horse in BDO. You're just going to breed her and get paid. Got it. She's not a human. I got it. You actually don't love your kid. You say you do, and you cry when she dies, and that's fine, but I don't believe that shit no more. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, because if you're willing to do that, you already stripped a piece of her out of the situation. obviously you don't realize how important, not you, but obviously the person making those types of decisions doesn't realize how important those types of situations are. Like they do, but like, nah, bro. You know how you blink your eyes to remind yourself, oh my God, I'm alive. I'm me. You know how you do that? Yeah, they don't do that shit. It's almost like they don't do that. Like, you know, she can do that, right? She does that, right? She blinks her eyes and sees and hears, and like she has feelings and stuff, and she has ideas and goals and things like that. Like she does that. Like you do realize that, right? Like she is a whole ass person, and you're half of her. She's a whole half of you, dog. But we ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about that. Can I get 1 trillion in BDO? Has friendly starting amount? Yeah, I know. Out of context. Oh yeah, no, it's good. You can out of context all day, man. You gotta remember, man, Snowy be on this channel sometimes. That is the most out of context cat, like, who comes to this channel. He'll come in talking about Ghostbusters. Like, we're not even talking about that. like, why are you even bringing up? Like, okay, man. All right, so I need a green crystal because I'm just gonna life skill while I wrap up this conversation. I really want to think highly of the circumstances, but I can't seem to find any redeeming qualities about anything that they do. I would like to, but I can't seem to find any redeeming qualities about anything about the culture of the way they conduct business. Like, I can't. If I could, I 100% would, but I really can't. You know, I mean, we can make the argument they wouldn't have got this game done if it wasn't for them being a black company, right? If they can find a good job, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, think about it like this. Like, we wouldn't have BDO or MiHoYo if they weren't a black company, a black corporation, black organization, whatever you want to call it. If they weren't an evil corporation that overworks their employees, we wouldn't have this. Yeah, we would. It just would have took a little longer. We would have totally had the exact same thing. It would have been here. You know how we have to wait to till certain times to go fight Kazarka and Offentet? You can totally kill Kazarka, just not today. It's the, bro. They make us wait. They can wait. It's a whole life, bro. You know how you need sleep because you worked really hard? Yeah, that employee needs sleep. Life in Asian countries would be great. I'm not saying they are a black company. I don't know if they are. I'm just saying, just in case somebody comes in with that argument, well, we wouldn't have this if it wasn't for the way that they treat their employees. They wouldn't be where they're at if it wasn't for the way that they conduct a business. No, they would totally be where they're at. Microsoft is bigger than these niggas and didn't do half the shit that they did. Microsoft didn't do half of any of the things that they do. Look at Nintendo, dog. Nintendo is like huge, bro. Look at Square Enix, bruh. Square Enix didn't even start doing paid. They didn't even start doing MMOs and DLCs till God knows how long. Like, this is y'all new niggas. This is y'all new people, lazy as hell, trying to pump out sandboxes. Everything's a sandbox or a side scroller. Everything's a sandbox, top over puzzle, or like the worlds are super empty. Like they're just cookie cutter games. Like half the games, unless it's like and all the AAA titles are the exact same. They are cookie cutting every single game. Like you can almost look at a game and you can almost tell where they're getting their assets from. There are companies that feed assets to the Unreal Engine. You can go in the Unreal Engine, in the program, there's a program, Unreal 4, and you download it and you go into the Unreal store and you can buy Resident Evil assets. And you can buy like Call of Duty assets. Like you can buy the guns and you can buy all that, bro. Every big company has done shady business. They have done something shady. Like I said, Microsoft did what they did. But Microsoft ain't do what they did to customers, though. Apple did what they did. But when Steve Jobs was here, he didn't do that to customers, though. Steve Jobs actually is a good example of what a black company was. Because he actually ran Apple like a black company. People actually were forced to spend the night at work. They were forced to spend the night at work. They actually were locked in a room. They were locked in there. And you can't go to lunch until you finish this. And you can't go home until you finish. And he would bolt the door shut and they would be stuck in that room until they did whatever that he wanted them to do. That's what Steve Jobs did. The greatest visionary ever, right? That's what he did. So every big company has done something. But it's just they're doing it so much, and there's so many of them, that it's starting to get a little out of hand. And it's getting to the point where they're not doing it company to company. They're doing it to people now. And I am really hard pressed to say it's this new movement of entrepreneurship that's making it happen. I am totally with entrepreneurship. I love entrepreneurship. I'm all for entrepreneurship. I've been an entrepreneur. I know, I'm right there. I've rubbed elbows, the whole shit. Like, I'm with it. But when those practices start to feed into that world, what's going to happen is you're going to breed a bunch of get over niggas. And now the rest of the world is not safe. And that's going to do something to the general psyche of the population, whether anyone wants to admit it or not. You can say it won't, you can say it will, and say I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. It's not going to make a brighter future for the future. It's not going to make a brighter future. I don't give a fuck how you package that. I don't give a fuck how you say it. It's not going to package a brighter future. No one really knew about them until the iPhone. Everybody in California knew about him, and everybody in the school. A lot of people knew about Steve Jobs, but nobody really knew about Steve Jobs until the iPhone like that, because that's when he did the presentation on the iPhone. He was doing presentations. They just weren't as big as it was when the iPhone first came out, because that shit blew everybody away. Like, everybody. The iPhone was... Here's the thing what happened with the iPhone. The iPhone served such an American need that it was destined to take over the whole country. Like, it was such an American need. For whatever reason, the American mind needed the iPhone so bad that's why it took over the country. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what I'm talking about, for anybody watching this, the iPhone, what it served is it filled the need of the lack of self-worth. Once you got the iPhone, you had a sense of self-worth that was unprecedented, because the way that people treated you when you got the iPhone and the way you treated people when people had the iPhone and you didn't was on another level. It was so huge of a gap between people who had an iPhone and people who did not have an iPhone. It was ridiculous, bro. That's why it took over the country. Because somebody could drop technology right now, like a 3D printer, and no one has it. Because it doesn't fill that void. The need to be accepted, the need to be respected, the lack of self-worth. It doesn't fill that void. That void is inherent in most Americans, particularly men, especially females. You know what I mean? And they killed it with that. Murdered it with that. They made a killing off of that one insecurity. Because guess what? You didn't need an iPhone. It couldn't even take video. But it looked cool, and it had an HTML browser. And it was an iPod. And iPods were popping. You know what I'm saying? That was it, bro. We just need the next one to happen. Once the next, whatever that next one is, I have a funny feeling it's going to be a PS5. I'm really hoping it's not. But whatever it is, like, I'm sure it'll happen again. Because what was it? It was the iPhone. First, okay, we had to play. What was all the things, right? We had the answer machine, the color TV, the PlayStation, the Nintendo, the Game Boy. You had the Atari. You had the Apple One, right? It's a first personal computer, the Apple One, right? You had the iPhone, the iPod, the Walkman, right? Jordans. You know what I'm saying? You had Mercedes. You know what I'm saying? What else do you have? You have the first big screen. Remember big screen TVs first came out? That was like back in the 90s, like big, but I got a big screen TV though. You had a big screen TV? Oh, you're rich. You're easily rich. I had one partner. I only knew one person that had a big screen TV. He used to live around the corner from us. You know what I'm saying? Or yeah, he lived around the corner from me. Only dude I ever knew had a big screen TV, and that TV was huge. Well, I was young too, so it probably wasn't that big, but it was big to me though. Autonomous cars would be next. Maybe autonomous cars. You know what I mean? Something that is just in reach of everybody. It's got to be just in reach of everybody. Like the color TV was just in reach. The iPhone was just in reach. Right? Only those who could cross that line could get it. Right? You can do it. You know you can't afford it. But you can make a way to afford it. Like that thing. You know you can't afford them Jordans, but you can make a way. You know what I'm saying? You know you can't afford that Apple One, but you can make a way. You see what I'm saying? So if autonomous cars is it, then autonomous cars is it. I don't know if it's going to necessarily involve. I don't know what it's going to involve. To be honest with you, I don't know what it's going to involve. Right? They thought they were going to do it with the Apple Watch. It was not the Apple Watch. You know what I mean? I don't know if autonomous cars is going to be it. Maybe autonomous cars might be it. But there's still a lot. I mean, but that's such a gap. Like, not everybody can get a brand new car. Like, you need to get a brand new car for that. But maybe it will, because Tesla's kind of it right now, right? He got a Tesla, and it's not like Tesla's the most expensive car. They're cheaper than Ferraris, and a lot of Mercedes Benzes are more expensive than Teslas. So it's like, but Tesla's kind of that thing right now. Like, oh, you got a Tesla? You see what I'm saying? You got a 17-inch screen, touch screen in your car. Like, I think it runs. I don't know if I think it's just like Tesla OS or something. I want to say it's like an OS from Tesla. You know what I mean? But it's got all the things. It's got the browser and the whole shebang. Navigation. I think it's got Google Maps on it. Like, it's pretty dope. Like, Teslas are actually really sick. Like, they don't have door handles. I mean, they do, but not in traditional. You hit a button and the door handles come out. And they have lights on them. Like, those things are sick, bro. And it doesn't make noise when you drive. That's the thing about Teslas. It's crazy. Driving a Tesla is weird because it's not a car. It doesn't have gears, dog. Like, it's weird. It's a giant toy car. It's really weird. I only know that because I've been in a Tesla. Those things are weird. And they're so fast. It's really weird. They're super fast. It's weird. Oh, that. What's it called? Tesla truck? Oh my God. The Tesla truck. Oh man, that was bad. That was bad. He should have, yeah. He said it worked the whole time. It's just that one time he threw it, he just happened to hit it in the right spot. And it already had enough tension built up in it that's what happened. But it's like, well, I mean, you got to go back to the drawing board now. You know what I mean? Just, produce a better mirror. And then the next time you present it, then present the mirror. Because we know the car is cool. You just got to get your window material up to par. You know what I mean? Yeah, he shattered the glass on it. It was like, bro, that was all bad. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess Teslas are kind of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so for the next, but that's what I'm saying. It's almost to the point where it's almost like an insecurity thing, right? Where it's like if you're in the market to get a car, like you're in that bracket of
what you can afford, right? The embarrassment was real. Well, I mean, he's Elon though. I don't think it was that bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he got a little kick out of it. Like, okay, I'm good. You know, I don't really got to worry about it that bad. You know, it's not that bad. Like, he gets a pass from me. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, all the things that he does is like when I look at all the things that his companies actually manufacture, I feel like I can get behind the products. Now, whether they function or not, I don't know that, but I see what he's doing though, and what he's doing, I can get behind that. You know what I mean? Battery powered homes, like solar and battery powered homes, I can get behind that. You know what I mean? I don't know about the Mars thing. I don't know what all that's about. I think that's just him being bored with money. But to be honest with you, I don't know what that's about. But, you know, the cars, cool. Battery powered homes, cool. If he could, you know, AI, all right, you do what you got to do there. You know what I mean? But, you know, for the most part, I feel like I can get behind what he's doing. Now, he's actually involved in right to repair. You know what I mean? Starlink is Benet. What the hell is Starlink? Hold on. Let me look up Starlink. Because I was going to get into right to repair. And this was going to talk about some shady practices too. Because this is actually happening in America, right? Now, I don't know how this works overseas. I can only imagine how it is. And I have some theories to myself. But it's just really just think pieces. I only do think pieces, right? I'm just doing the think piece. I'm not doing nothing super crazy in research. I'm just saying use your brain, put some pieces together, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? But let's look up Starlink. Because a lot of times what I found with big businesses is that they're not necessarily going to tell you what they're doing. You gotta just kind of be like hip to the shit. Starlink, what is this? Starlink is available to a limited number of users per coverage area at this time. Orders will be fulfilled at first come first served. High speed, low latency broadband internet. Starlink is now delivering in its initial bet. Is this Tesla internet? Looks like Tesla internet. Yep, engineered by SpaceX. This is Tesla internet. So he's launching a internet service called Starlink. And I'm assuming it's going to be going off of a satellite, which is what the internet runs on. Which is funny because he would have to launch his own satellite. Starlink satellites are over 60 times closer to Earth than to... I'm not sure that that's wise for them to be 60 times closer to the Earth. But if it's working, then I guess. But there is a reason why their satellites are so far out in space. It's so we don't attract them back to the... I'm sure he's sorting all that out, but I don't know. Man, I dropped my iron... Man, I dropped my iron that was in my basement. Bro, you better be careful with the iron. Wait, what? You dropped the iron? I don't even want to know what this iron in the basement's about. I'm assuming that it's PG and everything's cool. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a Discord call. You are going to have to wait, good buddy. But yeah, so Starlink. I'm going to have to do some homework on what that is. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, nah, I'm streaming. But yeah, so Starlink, I'm going to just take a guess and say that it's like next level internet. Everything that entails next level. So it's not going to be 5G. It's going to be like 10G or like 20G. It's going to have, you know, if it's low latency, then that means it's using very low frequency ranges. Like probably, I wouldn't be surprised he's into like 30s. Like super low ranges, like not 30 megahertz. I'm talking 30 hertz, like low, like you can't feel that shit. You know what I mean? Because 5G and all of that is operating at like, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like 700 hertz. You know what I'm saying? Free internet to the undeveloped areas of the world. That's what's up. Hold on, remember when my mom used to iron? I remember when my mom used to iron my dad's suit whenever he went to work. I also remember he smacked me with the wire. Oh wow! So you gotta be listening to your pops, bro. But yeah, if he's giving free internet to underdeveloped areas of the world, that I can get behind. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I rock with that. I can rock with that. And I personally haven't heard any wacky complaints about anything coming out of any of his businesses as far as employees or customers. The only thing I've heard, because I have two family members. Well, one doesn't work for Tesla anymore, but I had one of them still works for Tesla. But I had two family members who work for Tesla, right? I haven't heard anything, but there is something I did hear about Tesla, and that is that they're on the negative side of this thing called, it's a bill. It's called right to repair. Okay. Oh, you said, man, I dropped one plate because I was a big boy and I could hold my own food. I thought it's only to create more consumers, though. I mean, more than likely, but you know, I mean, you could get a lot accomplished with the internet aside from just buying stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's to create more consumers. Absolutely. Like, that's usually the end goal of everything. But beyond that, you know, there's just having internet access, I think, would be good for the rest of the people. What I'm hoping it doesn't lead to is what Bro was talking about in that one video, where it's like, let's connect everybody's brains, because, you know, everyone has the internet now. Like, okay, let's not do that. But anyway, right to repair is a bill that is arguing whether unauthorized repair dealers, such as, you know, the iFixit or, you know, the Rossman Group, or, you know, any business that works on like your phones and fixes your phones and stuff like that. This is a bill that governs that, right? And right now it leans towards the manufacturer's favor, where in order for, like, let's say, I'll give you a perfect example. You have a MacBook Pro and something stopped working in it, right? Your screen stopped working, okay? This is an actual thing. You got a 2011, let's say 2010, 2011, let's say 2013. You got a 2013 MacBook, right? Yeah, independent Tesla mechanics. Yeah, let's say it's an independent Tesla mechanic, right? You know about the black dude, right, who rebuilt the mechanic? So what's happening is, right now, the manufacturers are not, it's the language that they're using, right, which is making it shady. If they came out and said, we're not going to sell you any of this stuff because we don't want to, that's one argument. But what's happening is they're using a language that's creating a problem for themselves, in which they're saying, we want you to be able to fix your own device because it's your device, but you can't fix your device because we hold the components necessary to fix your device, and we're not going to provide you with those components. We would much rather you just buy a new device. Or you can come to us for a repair, but the repair is so costly that it makes more sense for you to just buy a new device. You know what I mean? Yeah, voided warranty or not. You know how you own a car and something goes out, so you buy a part and you fix it? Like, that's how that works, because a car is not like a cheap investment. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, starter goes out. I'm not going to buy a new car because my starter went out. Well, what happens with Tesla is that's kind of what they want you to do, is when something goes on in your car, they make the price of repairing it so ridiculous that you would be more inclined to just fix it yourself. But the components that you need only come from Tesla, and they will not give them to you. So the only way to get those components is to buy another Tesla and use that one for parts, which is what this one guy did. He bought he bought two Teslas. He bought one, started fixing it, couldn't fix it, and had to buy another Tesla that was water damaged to get the working components out of that one. It was cheaper for him to buy another broken Tesla than it was for him to just fix the Tesla that he was working on. It was crazy. If you fix it yourself, then your warranty is null and void. That's fine that the warranty is null and void, because guess what? When you send your stuff in for warranty with some company, it depends on the company though, but when you send it in under warranty, there is still a repair cost and shipping costs. And that's kind of what this whole thing is about. There's still fees that you have to pay. You're still more inclined and better off financially and a lot of times it's not even like some super professional job. It's something that your nephew can do because your nephew works at Tesla and he's the guy fixing it. Your car comes in on a line, he unplugs the thing and plugs the thing back in and sends it off to you. And they charge you $6,000 for that when you could have just got the part and unplugged it and plugged it in yourself. You know what I'm saying? But they just got $6,000 in labor costs. You know what I mean? Your parts were covered, but the labor cost wasn't. Or they'll do it like this, where your labor is covered, but the part's not covered. You know what I mean? Unless you pay like some other, it's a weird business thing that's happening. And there's a whole movement behind this thing right now. If you don't believe me, type in right to repair on YouTube. Just type in right to repair. It's a fucking thing. It is a thing though. This ain't some little shit I'm making up. This is like thing, and like Congress is involved in shit. Like Apple's involved. Like Tesla's involved. Like a thing is going on because of these types of practices. And the reason why Congress and all of them are starting to get involved is because they feel the effect of it. Their phone goes out. They go to Apple. Apple wants $800, $300, $400, $500 for something that took this dude 5 minutes to fix for $5. He went over here. The dude happened to have a spare. Just so happened that the spare, cost-wise, only cost that company like $5 for this part. This dude spent 5 minutes replacing the part and then gave it back to him and didn't even charge him because it was not that much work. But because it voided warranty, he couldn't get the part and just fix it himself. He had to pay Apple $300, $400. There's another situation that was on news in New York where this news person went to an Apple store with a computer that had a defect screen. The dude said, oh, well, your screen's out. We're going to have to charge you $1,400. He took this same computer and went to this nigga named Louis Rossman. Louis Rossman opened it up, bent a pin, put it back together, shit was fixed. It took him less than 5 minutes. And that started the whole Right to Repair Act. That's what started everything. It was like, yep. And Tesla's involved in that because of what's going on with the black dude. Because the black dude just needed parts and they would not sell the parts. You know what I mean? Let me catch up on these comments. Voiding warranties be 50. It's no different than from a Korean company did to you shady business. It won in Massachusetts. Yeah, it won in Massachusetts. They want right to repair to go through. I mean, because it makes sense. Like clearly your shady practice. See, but that's the point I'm getting at. In America, you have more than just Americans that are voting on these laws. You got people from Iran. You got people from Korea. You got people from India. You got people from Mexico who are all involved in this whole situation. And we all collectively can agree, hey, man, that's kind of stupid. I don't give a fuck what your culture is. That shit don't make sense, right? But when you go to Korea and they do these types of things in Korea, then it's like, oh, okay, well, that's accepted because it's culture. And it's cool that it's culture, but you're not dealing with your culture though. You're dealing with people outside your culture. That's like me liking the smell of boo-boo walking in your house with a cup full of boo-boo. You're like, I don't like that, but it's like, but this is acceptable. Where I'm from, yeah, but you're not where you're from though. I say you're over here. You know what I mean? I know your culture likes the smell of boo-boo, but that's not okay, bro. Like, I think the world can agree that that cup of boo-boo is not okay. Might sound like a reach what I'm making right now. Yeah, no, it's cool. I'll see you when you get back. It might sound like a reach of what I'm saying right now, but malpractice, something that's seen as malpractice globally, just because it's a part of a culture, that's cool that it's a part of that culture. I don't have a problem with that. When it starts bleeding over into my culture is where I have a problem. You know what I'm saying? Now you're spilling your acid onto my lawn. Your weeds are starting to affect my grass. Your bullshit is making its way into my living space. You see what I'm saying? It's coming into my bubble. You're where I'm at now. Now we have to have a conversation. I don't care what you do over there, but you're over here now in my space. Now we have to have a conversation. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where it's like, all right, now hold on now. See, but the way that, now back to what Spread Love was saying, because what happened with this situation was, it was a lie, not lie. That's what happened with this situation. It was a lie, not lie. That's what happened. They lied, but they like didn't lie. They lied and then they made a thing to make it not a lie.
That's basically what they did. Right? Like, I'm sure they had something in there that's like, oh, you can just upgrade all your family's inventory space. Oh, we shouldn't do that. We should just make a family inventory, and then it should be like this thing over here, and then we'll sell that. Because we don't want them to like, we don't really want them to have all of that. You know what I mean? Are you for real? Ah, bruh. Okay, well, because hey, straight up, I was going to be streaming until the session popped up, bro. Like, I was just going to be streaming like, all right, well, I'll just wait. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah. So I was like, let me just get this in until, I should have asked you about that too. But I'm glad you told me about that. So, but they will be here, but as long as they're going to be here tomorrow, then, yeah. And for anybody watching this, man, I'm telling you, bro, keep an eye on this, man. Spread love. Like, y'all motherfuckers think I'm playing. Like I know a couple producers, nigga, and this is one of them you need to be checking out, man. Like, for real. Like hit it. Like, I'm telling y'all, like, check him out. Like, he's dope. Like, I fuck with him. I don't fuck with him just because, like, oh, I'm not saying, oh, he's tight, you should go fuck with him because I fuck with him. I'm saying he's tight because he's tight. And that's why I fuck with him. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, check him out. You feel me? Just got the email? All right. Well, I mean, it's going to be coming in, though. So, when it comes in, yeah, he's nice. So, y'all go check. Y'all definitely go check his shit out. Like, for real. You know what I mean? And he got a bunch of other stuff coming. Like, it's going to be lit. Matter of fact, when Kite comes back, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to let him know about it. Like, hey, bro, check, like, keep your eye out for that name. That name's going to be a thing. You know what I mean? Like, straight up. You know how Moray, what's the name? Moray blew up? Yeah, that spread love, right? That's going to be a thing. Like, without a shadow of it. I don't have a shadow of a doubt. You know what I mean? All you got to do is put your foot in that thing. It'll happen. Easy. It'll happen. Easily. I think it should be relatively easy. But, you know, I think that really pretty much covers this podcast for the most part, though. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse as I usually do. But I wanted to make sure that I touch all corners of it, as many corners as I can conceive. Now, I wish I was able to dive into the why more than I was able to. It's really just comes down to I'm not familiar enough with their culture to speak on it in a way that I'm comfortable really putting some, like, a solid conviction on it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't comfortably say every single solitary person. I can't do that. What I can do is I can say Korean companies are pieces of shit. That much I can say with conviction. Every single solitary one of the gaming companies in South Korea are pieces of shit. That I can confidently say that. When their games are pretty good, the majority of them are going to be just slapped together cookie cutters. Like, they're cash grabs. When you count the number of Korean games that are launched per month, bro, more than 99% of Korean games that are launched, yes, we're including mobile in this number, most of them that are launched are literally cash grabs. Like, they are not to be played by anybody at all, ever. Never, ever play those games. But, you know, for the most part, the ones that are good, the games are good, but they're still a Korean gaming company. So you have to be very meticulous about what you're buying, because they're not going to tell you what you're buying, and I keep fucking forgetting that shit. I keep forgetting it. You could blame it on, you can say whatever you want, but the moment it happens to you, I don't want to hear you saying a motherfucking thing about what I just said. Everybody need a cash grab, but there's a way to do that, though. You know what I mean? There's a way to do that. There's two ways of doing it. There's two ways. One is exactly what bruh said. I just like the way that he worded it. Right? You can either help 1 million people to make $1 million. So just help 1 million people. And it's technically not even 1 million people, depending on the product you have. If you have a product that costs $10, then you help 100,000 people. If you have a product that's $100, then you help 10,000 people. That's how you make $1 million. Right? That's step one. Step two, welcome back, Kite. Way number 2 is to lie to people. And that is the fastest way to get there. The fastest way to get there is plotting and scheming. That's the fastest way to make a lot of money. Both work out,
Both are a way to get there. However you want to get there is however you want to get there. I know what side of the fence I'm going to stay on, and I like it over here because I can sleep at night, and I know that if an ass whooping is warranted, I'm going to be the one giving the ass whooping, not the one warranted to be given the ass whooping. You know what I mean? I'm going to be on that side because if any punches or shots need to get thrown, I'm in every right to throw a shot or a punch. Any step I make. So I'm going to be over here. Because you see, I'm going to bring this up one last time. When you do shady business, sometimes somebody might act on it. I'm not saying I'm going to act on it. I'm not saying I support anybody acting on it. I don't think anybody should act on any type of shady business in what I'm about to give the example of. Second of all, it should never get to that point with the company doing shady shit like this. Not even shady shit, but just doing shit like this. A guy went up to MiHoYo headquarters and tried to murder everybody in that motherfucker. Because he felt taken advantage of. Really, it was over something kind of stupid. Not even kind of, it was really stupid. But I can only imagine what got him to that point though. How did you get to that point where you're like, you know what? I'm going to murder everybody in MiHoYo. I can't just close the business, but I can close the business though. And I am more than happy to do that shit. And he went and tried. So, you can be an honest company or you can be a dishonest company. One way is faster, one way is not as fast. Both usually yield the same results. Not even gonna front with you guys. You can still keep a company and be shady. It's just, are you gonna be shady or are you not gonna be shady? Every single company has a history of being shady. Every company that I know of in my head has a history of being shady. Even HP has a history of being shady. IBM has a history of being shady. Sony, I think, has some shady shit that they was doing. Actually, they have something shady. Their return policy by itself is shady. You can say that. Well, I can't say that it's shady because it's software. So I kind of can't say that. But to the degree, it's kind of like, okay, I don't know about that. But even still, like Sony, I'm sure they got something that they did. Samsung has some shady shit. They're involved in a lot of military weapons. Like they sell to ops, they sell to both sides. Like they're involved. You know what I mean? Apple is involved. Apple does a lot of shady shit. Apple, matter of fact, in 2017, Apple was found that they did their taxes. They did their taxes. I think it was in the Philippines. And what's cold is they did basically the exact same thing that Amazon did, but they got caught. And the cold part is Amazon does the same shit. Amazon doesn't pay taxes. Amazon actually gets tax money back. And with them doing what they're doing in their tax situation, that's public knowledge. And they weren't even held accountable. You know what I mean? So, you know, every company is, I mean, companies of that magnitude. At the same time, I do know a lot of people that did not do shady shit to get where they are. Now, don't get me wrong. They're not a Microsoft. They're not a Sony. And they're not a Samsung. And they're not an Apple. But they make $1 million a year. It's only 1 million, but they make $1 million a year. Now the people I know who make more than that do more shady shit or has done shady shit. There's a person that I am very close to who has done some extremely shady shit to get where this individual is now. No longer does shady shit, but that shady thing that this person did is like, bro, that is single-handedly the reason why who he did the shady thing to had the life that they had. Because I know both of these people really, really well. Like, really well. Like, 17 years, like, actually, like 20 years well. No, not 20 years. Like, like 17 years well. Every day though, like every day, 17 years, every day, know these people. Every single day, talk to these people. That's how well I know these people. That's what I'm saying. And he is more than 1 million. Or they are more than 1 million. All the coaching coming from the Congo. Hella funny. She just said it. Shady or cutthroat, there is a line. No, I mean, wrong is wrong. I mean, when you start getting into, okay, this is you call it an opinion. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you're doing somebody wrong for your own gain, right? So, if you're doing somebody wrong, I'm not going to complicate it and be all fine line with it. If you're doing somebody scandalous, you're doing somebody scandalous. That's the end of the conversation. There is no, oh, well, how scandalous was it? Like, no, nigga, you did somebody scandalous. You know what I mean? That's it. Did you do them scandalous or did you not? If you did them scandalous, you did them scandalous. That's it. You don't have to do people scandalous to get paid. You can just, if you want to get paid more than you do people scandalous. But that's why the meek shall inherit the earth and shit like that. That's where all that shit comes from. That's why all of those little proverbs that you hear people say, that's why they last like the test of time, dog. That's why they've been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. They've been here forever because of that. Because that's the truth. If you want to, if you want the species to continue, then you're probably going to end up more broke than a person who doesn't care about his own species. Knowing or unknowing, you did well. I mean, obviously knowing. Nobody's gonna it's hard to do someone shady unknowingly. Unknowingly it's hard to do someone scandalous and not know it. You know what I mean? Like doing someone scandalous, you're doing someone scandalous because you think about it while you're doing it. It's not like it's not like a split second usually. Yeah, the shady. It's not usually like a split second though. It's usually like some time is passing and you're like, is this the right thing to do? And you're usually like, you're asking yourself those things. And then you're like, I'll do it anyway. Like that's happening when you're doing shady shit. You're not just like, this is perfectly fine. And it's just like, yeah, and you're not thinking about it. If it's shady, like, what you're doing is shady. You know what I mean? When I was in sales for Verizon, I know what a shady sale looks like. I've done shady sales. Am I proud of it? Hell no. But I would have got fired if I didn't do shady sales. Because that's how it works in sales. You know what I mean? Depending on what kind of sales you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, it was weird in this pocket of time. Like, if you notice, if you go to Verizon and you just sit there and just kind of listen, just, you don't have to do this, but I've worked there for so long. Like, I know everybody's private business. Everyone in Verizon Wireless is an alcoholic or a recovering alcoholic. Every single solitary employee, all the managers, everybody. There's like a couple of people that aren't. You know what I mean? And the pocket of people who aren't don't work in retail or work in customer service. But all the customer service and all of retail are all recovering alcoholics. You know what I mean? Knowing or unknowing for the side of the perceived victim is the line. It's not even the victim. It's, are you doing something shady or not? There's not really any other explanation for that. If you're doing something shady, whether it's perceived as shady or not, if that person is not winning, if that person's losing and you're winning, and it's in the conversation of a survival note, of a survival ticket, right? If you're taking away from their survivability for the sake of your survivability, and they either know or they don't know that you're doing it, they're not willingly giving away their survival points, right? Whatever that survival point might be. Here's some gas money. Here's some gas. Here's a cigarette. Even if it's a cigarette, I know it's not a survival thing, but it's a thing to keep stress low or whatever it's doing for the person, right? If you're taking something from somebody and they don't know it until later, right? And you took it knowing that you're taking this from this person and that they might need that, but you disregard the fact that they need that. Like, you know what's right and wrong. Basically, it's very simple. If you don't want it done to you, why are you doing it to other people? It's not that complicated. Why punch somebody if you don't want to be punched? You know what I'm saying? Why steal from somebody if you don't want people stealing from you? Why lie to somebody if you don't want to be lied to? It's not really like rocket science. It's not even philosophical. It's not mathematics, and it's not complicated like that. Why are you doing this to somebody if you wouldn't even want that done to you? It's basically that simple. Why stab somebody if you don't want to be stabbed? Why take away from somebody's life source if you are trying to survive yourself? If you're trying to survive in this thing called life, why are you taking from somebody else's source of survival? Why are you doing that if you yourself are going through the same struggle? You see what I'm saying? Knowingly can be willingly, like accepting that companies use our data. That's what I'm saying. If they're not willingly giving that up to you, and you're taking it knowing that they're not willingly giving it up to you, you know what I mean? Then you're getting over. And it's pretty cut and dry. You know when you're doing wrong. Especially if you're an adult, bro. If you're an adult, no adult should have to tell you what is right and wrong. You're an adult. If you have to question what right and wrong is, 9 times out of 10, you're probably wrong. If you have to try to justify doing some shady shit, it's probably shady, bro. It's that simple. It's inherently built. It's built into your DNA, dog. It's literally built in you. This is something that you don't even have to philosophize about. It's literally built into your DNA. It's built into women and it's built into men. Men know when their kid is done scandalous. It's built in you. You know when your kid is done scandalous. Look, I'm just saying. If something happened, if you don't want it done to your kid, it's shady. If you don't want it done to your mom, it's shady. If you don't want it done to you, it's shady. If you don't want it done to your daughter, it's shady. If you don't want your loved one going through that, it's probably shady. You probably shouldn't do that. If you wouldn't do it to your son, you wouldn't do it to your daughter, you wouldn't do it to your own mom, if you wouldn't do it to your cousin, if you wouldn't do it to all these people collectively. Because I don't want to open up a conversation where, oh, well, you know, they used to sell their kid. I don't want to start that bullshit. Like, no, keep it fucking simple. If out of every single human being on the face of this earth, if that one person that you direly love and you want that person to live and survive and have a better life than you, you are almost like pseudo living your life through this person. You want them to have a better experience through the course of their life. That person, if you don't have that person, I am not talking about you, right? I'm talking about a person who has someone who they would actually willingly take a bullet for. That person, if you would do it to that person, probably not shady, because you would take a bullet for them. If you would not want that done to that person, it's probably shady, because you would take a bullet for them. It's pretty straightforward. It's inherently built into everybody. It's built into everybody. When somebody hits your kid or steals something from your kid, when somebody takes a toy out your kid's hand and say, "This is my shit," nigga, you know that's shady. Nigga, give him his toy back. That's what I'm saying. It's that simple. There's no gray. We could say we as people introduce gray areas. We create these gray areas to. Matter of fact, there was something that I was saying a long time ago. What was it? It was, I forgot what it was, but long story. Oh, it's about normal people. It had to do with normal people, right? It had to do with people saying what's normal. The people who say what's normal are trying to justify the abnormal shit that they want to do, because we all know what normal is. When you say a normal person, a guy with a t-shirt and blue jeans pops up in your head. When you say a normal chick, a girl with maybe a dress on and some flats or some shit pops up. A very normal picture pops up. It's normal. We don't have to have a conversation for 3 hours about what the fuck normal is, because we know what normal is. It's not rocket science. It doesn't take a TED talk for this type of shit. We introduce all these complicated points to it. We say, well, what's normal? No, you're saying what's normal because you're not normal. You're trying to get the world to bend to your abnormal self. You are the person that drinks pee in that country. You are the person that thinks people eating boo-boo is funny. You are the person that laughs at old people getting decapitated. You are the weirdo. You can't say what's normal. No, there is a normal. There's easily a normal. Beating a baby is not normal. It's normal to you because you are abnormal. So to say something is, well, is it shady or is it not? Nigga, it's shady. You just don't want to admit that it's shady. You know what I mean? You don't want to feel the guilt that it might be shady, but it is shady. You know what I mean? It's up for you whether you're okay with it being shady or not. That's up for you. That's on you. And some people are okay with it being shady. Think about all these Instagram success entrepreneur dudes, right? Who be putting up the pictures of the limos and they got the pants that are like damn near capris with the dress shoes and they got the slick hair with the sunglasses and they always got the same shirt damn near showing taco meat, but everybody's not really got taco meat nowadays, right? So it's like, you know, that guy, and all he says is you can be successful too, and success, but he never tells you how to do it. And every time you click his links, it goes to a landing page that has a timer on it. That guy, right? We all know it's shady, but it's, are you okay with getting to where you want to be by whatever means you are going to get there? And if the only way that you can conceive getting there is by doing shady shit, then that's your life. I see a bunch of different, now I'm not talking about you spread love. I'm talking about anybody watching this who might be coming up on this circumstance, right? I see that there are a number of ways to get where you want to get to without doing shady things. The thing is, doing shady things is an inherently easier way to get there. So in my perception, this is my perception. Now, this is an opinion at this point. Basically fact at this point, though. It's not even really opinion. Doing shady shit is easier. It's the lazy nigga's way out. It's the bitch way out. It's the punk ass nigga's way out. It's the sucker way out. Right? That's what suckers do. Suckers do shit like that because they don't want to do the research. They don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to put the parts together. They don't want to put their foot into what they need to do. They'd rather just take it from somebody else. That's the sucker's way. You know what I mean? If you don't believe me, who was it? If you don't believe me, listen to Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull he was like, nigga, I was a sucker. And he was the hardest nigga in the mafia. I was the sucker. I was too pussy to go to school and do the hard work. I just wanted to go in and beat somebody up and get some money. It's the sucker's way out. So you can do it shady or you can do it the hard way. It's up to you though. But that just lets me know where you stand. But that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? It's neither here nor there at the end of the day. It's really up for you to decide what you are willing to do, and you are going to have to live with whatever comes after that. I don't know if karma's going to bite anybody in the butt. I don't know if karma's going to do anything to this person who does some scaling shit. I don't know what's going to transpire in the future. I can only drop that kind of game on you. If it's shady, it's shady. Can you live with that though? That's all I can say. It's the same thing with, you feel me? It's the same thing with like joining a gang. Like, okay, you could join a gang. I'm not going to promote that, but I'm not going to sit here and stop you either. I'm just going to tell you, here's what comes with the gang life. And if you do that, can you live with that? If you can live with it, I don't care. You're not who I'm looking after anyway. I'm looking after my niggas and my family. Now, if my family tried to jump in, now we're going to have a conversation. And I'm going to be like, no, and blah, and this, and I'm going to get into that part. But anybody else, you know what I mean? Like, nah. Especially if you're a grown man. If you're a grown man in my family, if you're family and you're a grown man and you want to do some shady shit, I'm still not finna stay. Because you're a grown man. You're a grown man, bro. First off, you're an adult, so you know better. So you know what you're getting. I'm going to assume that you're smart, first off, because you're an adult. You know what you're doing. You're not oblivious to what's happening. You are an adult. Number two, you're a man, so you inherently have this logical way of thinking, allegedly. I'm going to just say allegedly because that's just the perceived notion of society and all that extra progressive word usage shit that they say, right? But let's just say logic. Men are logical. Bam. We got that. You're an adult. Bam. So you know that 1 + 1 is 2. Yes. Okay, cool. You know 1 + 1 is 2. You're an adult. You know right from wrong. Great. Now go rob a bank. So you know that if you get caught robbing a bank and you go to prison, I don't want to hear you talking about, man, why I shouldn't have robbed that bank. Well, what did you expect though? Or you could come out and be like, yeah, man, I just robbed a bank. I just got $20 million from this bank. I'm finna go to Nebraska or go out to O'Hara or something. You know, I'm finna do the whoop, 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 whoop. Like, okay. Well, I don't know what's going to transpire from your workings. As long as you are aware of what you're doing, that's cool. But this concept of is it or is it not shady? No, shady is shady. Shady is shady. That's it. What's good, what's right is right. And what's wrong is wrong. It's up for you to decide whether you can live with either or. We all can always live with right. That's easy. Can we live with wrong though? That is up for you to decide if you can live with the wrong that you do. That is up for you to decide because you live your own life experience. I cannot tell you whether doing wrong is going to be the right choice for you. In my life experience, this is me. I don't know what anybody else's life experience is. In my life experience, I cannot do wrong. Like, I can't do that. I personally can't. I lose sleep when I do that. I can't live with doing wrong like that. I can't do that. Why? I don't know, but I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Thank God I don't have to. I know there's circumstances where people feel like they have to. I like to bring up hood life a lot, but I don't want to bring up hood life. Let's bring up Korea, right? Let's bring up the Korean thing, right? Like Japan, let's say Japan, right? Let's say somebody's homeless. Let's say somebody's homeless in Japan. They don't know what the fuck they're finna do for money, right? They ain't got no pimp, they ain't got no nothing. What are they gonna do? They go become a geisha girl. I don't know. They go become something that's like, you should not be this in society, but you gotta survive. Are you okay doing that because you have to survive? Or are you okay just surviving without doing that? It's up for you. What I have more respect for this is just me personally. I have more respect for the mind that can do it without being shady because I know it's harder. I know that it takes more creativity to not do it shady. It takes less creativity and less effort and less work and less heart. It takes less of a man to do it the shady way than it does to do it the right way. It takes more manhood and manpower. It takes more intelligence and creativity to do it the hard way. That's why I got more respect for that. See what I'm saying? So if somebody's like, I need to solve this problem. How do we solve it? Okay. If I ask somebody, how do I solve this problem? And they come up with this crazy situation and they really figure out how to get this situation solved and it gets solved, bro, that's amazing. But if somebody's like, man, just go hit a lick. It's like, what? Like, no. Like, that's a sucker way out. You can easily just take some bread, go buy a UWAP, and go to a city where it don't go down like that, UWAP somebody in the parking lot on the low, and then dip. And then now you got something in your pocket. Like, that's an easy way though. That's what unintelligent people do. That's what people who don't use their brains do. That's what lazy people do. You could be not lazy in the idea that you do it all the time. I get up and do this all the time. Like, okay, you get up and you do it all the time. Okay, but we get up and we eat all the time. We pee all the time. We buy cigarettes all the time. We do a lot of things all the time, right? But do you do what is necessary to get done all the time? Or are you doing what's easy for you to get done all the time? Because everybody has plenty of choices. You have a bunch of different choices. You can do it this way, this way, this way, this way, or this way, but you're choosing this way because it's the easiest, right? It may not even be the most optimal, but it's the easiest, right? Because you can hit licks all day, every day, and still be a broke nigga in the hood. You can be selling weed all day in the hood and still be a broke nigga in the hood. We see that all the time. It actually it happens a lot, right? Or you could use that and turn that into something else. Look at the Migos. Look at Gucci. Look at 21 Savage. You know what I mean? Look at a lot of these guys who were in these scenarios, took their bread. Yeah, it was a little bit lazy, lightweight, but look what they did though. They took that and they turned that into something else. You know what I'm saying? It turned into something else though. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about people who are still involved in the drug game. That's a completely different conversation. 100% completely different. That is a different world. Completely different from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the civilized world. I'm talking about operating in that world, right? If you're a civilian, but you sell weed. If you're a civilian, but you hit licks here and there, right? I'm not talking about the person who is part of a gang and hits licks. I'm not talking about a person who is in the streets and be selling weed. I'm not talking about that person. I'm talking about a person who's not even like really a part of that, but they're choosing that direction. Man, I got to do something, so I'm gonna start stealing from stores. Why are you doing that though? You would actually be so much better off with these options right here. So when a company opts to do shady shit, That tells me personally that they don't believe in their own product enough. That's what that tells me. Now, whether they believe in it or not kind of doesn't matter, because it's up for the customer to decide if it's a good product or not. But that's just a sign to me that maybe something might be missing. Something must be missing, because they're having to monetize things that doesn't make sense monetizing. And the way they're going about monetizing is very disrespectful in a way. I almost take it as disrespect. You know what I mean? It feels disrespectful to a point. To a point, though. Now, I can see if it's something that's like clearly, okay, this is clearly like dope. Like, should totally buy that. Like that right there, yeah. Consumables, I got it. It's a good business model. Totally understand. Consumables, yes. Repeat business. Got it. It's the way that they do it. Loot boxes. And it's not even loot boxes. It's the fucking drop rate in these loot boxes. The fact that everything is so RNG heavy now. Have you guys seen what the enhancement rate is on a pin black star chest piece on Fallen God armor? Have you guys seen that? First things first, I have a 85 stack, and I always talk about this 85 stack all the time. On an 85 stack, this is just 85, right? 2.85. All right, that's cool. Let's say we did something else. I don't know, whatever this is. 59. So 59%. Bam, right? It's like, whoo. All right, cool. Looking good. Swag, right? If I had a 300% stack, no, if I had a 300% stack on a piece of Black Star, on Fallen God armor, pin, because it goes 5 levels above pin, right? On a 300 stack, it is a 0.09% chance to go to the next level. On a 300 stack, though. 0.01, that would be ridiculous. But on a 333 stack, it's a 0.09% chance to go up 1 level. And it takes 4,000 crons to safeguard your level. Remember, it was $51 for 300 crons. You need 4,000 crons. Welcome to Korea. Are you following me? Like bruh said, are you following me? Are you following me? You feel me? So yeah, man, they not playing out here. So once again, be careful giving your money to these people. I got caught slipping. I forgot you have to approach this like a damn lawyer. And I keep forgetting that. So before anyone happens to make the same mistake that I did, don't make the mistake and buy shit from this game without don't just read what they say. Google what it is and watch a fucking video of what it is. Watch someone using it in a video. Then you know what you're buying. For real. Lost me a long time ago. It's all good, man. Yeah, I had to get on a tangent about, success and whatnot. I just had to talk about that. Research it. Yes, 100%. Research it. Please research it. All right, so we're going to call it right here. Yeah, I just had to get it all out. I'm going to still be dealing with them on the back end, see what they talking about, and then I got to tap in with somebody in the Discord. Hey, Kyle, you in the Discord? To be honest with you, I don't really be in the Discord that much because everybody always talk about Genshin Impact, and I don't play Genshin Impact no more. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's basically, Discord is basically a repository for games at this point. That's like, it is kind of becoming what I want it to be though. Like, Okay, yeah. Don't worry about getting in there right now, or you can, but I mean, you know, you can check it out if you want to. The only thing, you don't have it, it's all good. Oh yeah, Sony. Come to find out, I guess Sony bought or has investments or has money in Discord. They have a minority share, so we might be seeing Discord integration with PlayStation. So if so, cool. But you know, that's if you have a PlayStation and you're on PlayStation, you might be seeing Discord on PlayStation. I'm not sure if there's other Discords that you. I know you say you don't have it, but yeah. But anyway, so that's that. Yeah, man. Yeah. So when I find more answers, I'll go ahead and circle that back to you guys. Hopefully I didn't bore you guys out. I hope you guys got something out of this. I hope I was able to help anybody out, just in case they were curious about rights and wrongs. I'm going to have to make a few phone calls after this podcast. But yeah, without further ado, this is CS from DWP. I hope you guys enjoyed your time. Yeah, let me know what you think about Korean business practices. Have you had good experiences with them? If you had good experiences with them, I want to hear that too. But I need to hear like rectified situations. I don't want to hear like, oh, I bought the thing and I rolled something. Like, no, RNG did that, not the company. You know what I'm saying? Like, tell me good. I want to hear success stories with Korean businesses, because I don't hear a lot of them. You know what I mean? I would be more inclined to hear success stories. That would be the only thing I would really ask if anyone was to leave something in the comments. But anyway, without further ado, to CS with DWP. If you enjoyed your time here, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I will be hollering at y'all in the next piece of content. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. And I love you guys. All right, peace. Woo!